Oh, I'm live. Kiwi, thank you for joining. Oh, I thought you were a member. Did you become a member twice? Thank you. This is kind of a late night. I don't even know if anybody's gonna be in here, but it's just gonna be I didn't end up doing a poll. I apologize. I just decided to do the mix of them. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. My freaking cord. How did that get out of here? Hold on, guys. So we're just gonna do a little variety pack. Hold on. Somehow my cord got unplugged. I just realized. Um, we're gonna do a little Karen Reed. We're gonna do a little Brian Kohberger, and we're gonna do the Taylor stuff. Yeah, my hair looks so bad. Sometimes it looks like straw to me. I don't know. Like I look at it looks like straw. Anyway, it's weird because my hair looks so different, like different times. I don't get it. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, how are y'all? Mm. So I realized. So remember when I was going over the Kohberger stuff and that those files and stuff, and I was like, I knew I had read it somewhere. I knew I read it somewhere that about about them talking about like him not being at his house and being where he was supposed to. Well, I was thinking it was one document, and then when I was reading through it, remember like the file document where the guy was talking about like for the Brian Kober stuff about the data not being like the data that they got about where he wasn't accurate or whatever, blah blah blah. um and I just realized it was 2 different documents I had ready that night, and I only went over one. So I do wanna go over that, if you guys know what I'm talking about. Let's go over Schabusiness first, though. We gotta do Schabusiness. So, Taylor Schabusiness, is the collector in the house today? Because he went and visited her last week. Those of you that don't know Taylor Schabusiness, um, go check out my Taylor, hold on, my Taylor, playlist. Mm, she's the one that she attacked her lawyer years ago, like a couple years ago. She attacked her lawyer, and then she was having a hearing about attacking somebody, a guard, when she was getting like a staple out of her arm or something. She attacked a guard and like in the hospital when she was getting it done, right? So they were having like a hearing about that. I'm pretty sure it was referring to that. And she attacks her new lawyer. Well, she doesn't get close. So she got way the first time she attacked her lawyer, she actually like touched him and they grabbed her. This time, like they were so quick. I don't even think she touched him. But let's watch it. I should find the old one too. We'll just do that real quick because it'll be quick. Taylor is she is she, she's funny. Oh my god, she makes me laugh. I mean, she's sick. I mean, she's the one that killed her ex. Well, they were like they had dated, but I think at the time they were like friends with benefits type things. They were boyfriend and girlfriend at one time, but I don't even think they were necessarily when it happened. I think they were just like got back together for a night. I don't think they were like officially together, but I think they had dated. I'm pretty sure they went to high school together. Thad, wait, Theria and Shad. I mixed up the names. So she ends up doing like she like cuts off his head, like does some crazy stuff. If you guys aren't familiar with that case, like I said, watch my playlist. It's pretty disturbing, and she's like not all there. It seems like something's going on with her. A lot of people thought like it was the drugs at the time because she was on meth at the time when it happened. But then we see now she's been in prison for how long and she's still doing it. And she's been in like solitary confinement for a while because she's like something. I think she smeared poop all over. She's just been acting out, and I'm pretty sure she doesn't really have like any way to get like drugs. So I'm thinking this is her sober. Like I don't think this has anything to do with drugs, like that she's attacking him. I think yeah, she's got something mentally going on with her because I really, for some reason, I'm not thinking she's on drugs in prison right now because I don't even think she would have access to them though. Cause I mean, she's been on like lockdown for a while, I guess. Um, so yeah, let's watch this. Yeah, it's about for her attacking the lawyer. Hold on. Let me play. There's like a longer hearing, 10-15 minute hearing, or we could just watch the clip. It's up to you guys, but the hearing was for when she attacked the guard. There was a witness that they brought up on the stand. All right, hold on. Oh, let me make sure my headphones. Ah, shoot. Okay. So we're just gonna do a little variety. We're gonna go a little Karen Reed, a little Brian Kohberger, and a little Taylor Schabusiness, little variety pack. I don't know, I'm being silly, but um, yeah, I think Karen Reed's innocent. I think Brian's guilty, and I think, well, obviously, Taylor's guilty. I don't even think she denied it. No, she didn't even deny it. She was just trying to play. Her defense when she went to trial was like insanity. She was trying to plead. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so let's do Taylor first because that'll be quickest. Okay. Let me do first the part where this is recent attacking. So this is the recent one that just happened when like look, this was from 13 hours ago. It just happened, I think, today or yesterday in court. Because if they played it today, they said it wasn't live. They had to redo it. So I don't know if it was earlier today or the day before, but it was recent. Okay, here we go. I don't hear anything yet, so I don't know if it's do you I don't know if there's no sound here. Oh, yeah, okay. There must not be any sound right now. Huh? Because I can't hear anything either right now. And I tested my audio, it works, so look at her. She's I don't know, she almost makes me laugh. Something about her, I just wanna laugh. I don't know why. I don't know. It's like she's and there's nothing funny that she did. Now don't not what the crime, but something about, like look, look, handcuffs right here. She doesn't have them on. Yeah, come on. Did you see, like, those scars on her hands? Look at that. Is that from? Because remember she had some scars from the murder, but I don't know if it was I bet you all the stuff she's getting in jail look at her knuckles. And right here, she's got scars all over her. Wow. Oh, thank you, KV, though, and Casey, thank you. Happy Friday. Wow, 17 months, almost 2 years. Thank you. She always just looks crazy. I don't know what her deal is. I really don't. I can't figure her out. Because a part of me thought like, a part of me thinks it's an act, but then a part of me I it's so, like, crazy that it almost seems like it's fake, but then it's like, I don't know. I think that's what's the intrigue of it all as I can't figure her out. I really can't. Obviously, there's something going like, something's going on in her head, but what I'm talking about is I don't know obviously, she's not right. I mean, there's some kinda issue going on, but I guess I mean just, like, some of her actions, I don't know. Not all of them, but, like, if you go watch my playlist, like, in the, when she's waiting in the interrogation room, I do think it does seem like it's real, but I just can't figure out like what it is because it's obviously not drugs because she's still doing this stuff. Mm. You think they would have get her on some kind of medication, but I guess in jail they don't try as hard. They just want to like sedate you, I think, and look at her looking.
All right.
She's about to
Court
try
will
to
call 24
scream
CF
something too.
1048 State of
I don't know
Wisconsin
what she's
versus
saying.
Taylor Schabusiness
I
appearances.
have no idea.
Court will each for the state.
Taylor Schabusiness is personally present. She is in custody with attorney Curtis Jelka.
All right. This matter is set for a preliminary hearing today. Mr. Jelka, what's the status?
Your Honor, my understanding is we are proceeding.
All right. Mr. Leach.
Your Honor, I'm just checking in on the status of my officer. I expected her to be here, so, but I'm also having connectivity problems here. I might need to run upstairs and see if she may be upstairs. If I can have them.
Sure.
And Judge, it sounds like just one witness. We're asking for sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
What is she saying? Is the lawyer just
Off
like
the record.
again? It's a different lawyer than the last lawyer she attacked. It's a different lawyer, but I mean, obviously he's aware of what, you know. But let's try to figure out what she says because I've watched this like 4 times and I can't figure out what she's trying to say. Let me see if I can now. All right, is this up all the way? Yeah.
Sure.
Moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't know. One more time.
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't. Anyway.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, he does. She does make contact with him. She does because he's like, all right.
Off the record.
I don't know, but if you notice, like I do think she's crazy, but I think a part of her it is for show. There's like a mix, I really think, because if you notice right before she looks at the camera, like it's like she's aware where that freaking camera is. Watch that.
Like just one witness. We're asking for sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I would love to get inside her head and like figure out. That's why I wish the collector was here. He went and visited her last week. I want to see like what was she like because that'll be very telling. Like if I'd be able to visit her and talk to her, I think I'd be able to tell. Like because I feel like there's obviously something going on in her head that's messed up, but these kind of stunts could still be for show and she could still be like whacked out, but she could still be doing this just for like show, just to like almost like laugh at people, like to just like, like get the attention. And like, I could just see her like get the attention and then kind of like get back in the cell and kind of laugh at it all. I don't know why she seems like that type of a person that would get a kick out of like doing that, even though of course there's something wrong with her. I mean, she freaking, the way she killed her friend. I mean, it was, of course, there's issues, but I don't know why. I just think, I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm 50-50. Like I go back and forth. Let's watch the first attack though. The first attack was from a couple years ago where she attacked her other lawyer. I'll find that real quick. I haven't watched that in a while. Well, now when I put attacks a lawyer, it's all, ooh, there's a different, let me watch this view. There's a different view of that. Cool. Look, here's a different view. Hold on. Of the original one. She does get him. She gets him. She hits him one more time. Whoa, they get her down good. Wow. The judge is probably like, oh man, not again, not again.
Just one witness. We're asking for sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one.
See how she just looks at the
We're off the record.
We're asking for sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one.
It's so loud. Hey, conspiracy therapist. Oh wait, how it jumped to the other one? Hold on. I want to find the other view again. Hold on. I thought it was the same video that, okay. One more time. Hold on. Wow. She probably has a nice bruise on her. Wait, I want to see. Okay, hold on. I want to see other people's reactions. Now, I kept watching her. Let's see. This lady, I just noticed she stands up. Let's see everybody's reaction to this real quick. Right after, instead of look at her, look at everybody else. They all, the one in the back's like, oh my God. That's kind of funny watching everybody's reactions. Let me see. I want to watch a different person now. The cameraman. They all kind of jump back. Oh my Lord. Okay. Now I want to watch the girl right here. Well, she doesn't have a very big reaction. All right. Now I just want to watch hers. I just want to see everybody's reaction for some reason now. I don't know why I'm weird. Hey, this is just going to be a relaxed live. Wow, this girl has nothing. She has like no reaction. I don't think the judge has much of a reaction either. They're probably just used to it. Oh, the judge jumped a little bit. Now, one more. I want to watch the prosecutor. Hold on. I know, I'm being silly. Okay. Oh, wait, I didn't watch the guards. See how quick they get on her. Like, just by... Yeah, they're on it. Okay. All right, let me find the other one real quick. It's funny because, like, I mean, nobody got hurt. She's done it before. This is the third person she tried to attack now. It's like, it is funny. Like, I don't know why. To me, it's like, you gotta just laugh. This girl is nuts. All right, where's the one, her first attack? Here it is. All right, I guess I could just keep this up. Okay.
I'm looking at the week of May 15 for the trial.
Stop it. Stop it.
There's a better view one now. There's only one guard here.
Rachel, call.
Fighting. She's wrestling.
Is they bringing 7 in? Or, yeah.
And one question,
Dude,
where
you
did she
walk
get
the fuck.
perm? Because in that new video, her hair's all frizzy. That's another
Watch breaking news.
that makes it kind of funny on that new one. She's got this like puffed out hair, like, and she's got straight hair here. Did she get a perm in prison? I mean, how do you go from having straight hair to big fluffy hair? I mean, they get perms in prison now? I mean, I don't understand that. I'm trying to think like, and she supposedly was in solitary for, I mean, maybe she's out of it because Collector did get to visit her. Maybe she did get out of solitary, but like, where is she getting curlers or something? Like, how is she getting her hair like that? Oh, yes. If you braid it and then take it out, you're right. It'll get like that. You are so right. Yep. Okay. See, oh my God. That's funny. All right, let's find the other one. There's a better view on that one, on the old one. There's a couple different views on the old one. I want to find a couple of the other views. That's the one we just watched. Hold on. Here's the another view. She whacks. Look at that, dude.
Stop it.
She's like,
Stop it. Stop it.
God, oh my God. She don't mess around. That's her dad right there that testified at her trial. But there is still another different view on it, to be honest. See what this one is. Oh, there's one where it catches it from the beginning with that angle. That's the one we just watched. Hold on. That's the new one. This is the whole hearing. They must take her out and put her virtually. Because look how funny she looks. You got to admit, she looks like she did sticker in blood. Like the personality mixed with that hair and that face right there is that's just comedy right there. Oh, here's one.
Start with the latest on the Taylor Schabusiness case. As we first showed you yesterday, the woman charged with murdering and dismembering a man in Green Bay, you saw it right there, attacking her attorney during her competency hearing in that Brown County courtroom. Her competency hearing was adjourned until March 6th, while her trial itself was delayed and will tentatively start now on May 15th. And our Brittany Schmidt, we talked with her yesterday about this. And Brittany, what we're seeing right there, that was the angle we saw yesterday.
Right.
What we started with and what you first saw today in that clip was new video. Where did that come from? What does it tell you?
Yep. So the new video that we got today is from the Brown County Sheriff's Office. They were able to give us actual footage from inside the courtroom.
Okay.
So that's a camera up in the corner
Yep.
of Judge Walsh's courtroom. And what it shows us is really the emotion and what could have led to the attack that happened. So there you see, because our cameras were kind of behind her.
Sure.
So we had that angle
Which
after
is your
the
vantage
attack.
point as well, not just the camera. That's
Correct.
all you saw was everything from behind.
Yes, you got it. So today I saw that new angle.
Yeah.
So, and you can see there, her attorney is silent. He doesn't say anything to her. He just kind of moves some papers, and you see her. She's just kind of motionless. She doesn't say anything. We know she didn't really say anything
Here it is
during the
again.
attack there. And then you see her attorney kind of move out of the way. The deputy was there within seconds, right? And he got her contained, held her down to the ground, really doing everything he's supposed to there, kind of pushing her towards out of the way. And then that's when they cleared the room. But you see him, quick response. The attorney is okay.
Okay.
And
Wait a
we
minute.
talked
That's why they have one guard right there. Deputy, they said. Now compare it to the hearing we just watched recent. What were there, 5 or 6? See, they were prepared this time. I bet you they don't normally have that many people. Because that's one compared to like a lot. They're probably, we better make sure we have that. I mean, she just attacked the people inside the prison hospital. So, I mean, they were ready. She attacks. She likes to attack people.
Talked about that yesterday. So
right.
that
Oh my
clip
God.
came, as you mentioned, from the sheriff's office. So
Mhm.
they clearly have reviewed everything that took place in that
Yes.
courtroom yesterday. Here's a There was again
There it is.
how
Yep.
stoic she was
I'm sorry.
right beforehand. What did they
Oh,
tell
no.
you today about the way this was handled?
This was handled how they were trained.
Okay.
They said they did exactly what is expected and what they are trained to do. As you see there, he gets her down, he holds her, he's got her, and she's got a belt on, and her handcuffs there are attached to that belt around
Right.
her
So
waist.
she
So
doesn't
didn't have
free range
right,
with
she
her
didn't have much
arms, even though her
range.
hands were cuffed together.
You got it, right.
Okay.
So he's got his hands, he's kind of got him in the middle of those handcuffs, so
Should've
holding her
grabbed his
down as she's
gun.
kicking and
Oh.
struggling. He instantly tells, hey, the person in the court to call for backup,
Sure.
and backup immediately comes in, which is exactly protocol. And then, you
thanks,
check on
ma'am.
everybody involved.
Thank
So they
you.
asked the attorney if he was okay. And then they even asked Schabusiness if she was okay and if she was hurt. And she just kept saying, no.
Right.
And then they escorted her out. So
And again, that conversation that we heard as the cameras continued to roll after everybody was.
So we begin tonight with that startling attack in a Brown County courtroom. It was caught on tape today. Green Bay murder suspect Taylor Schabusiness attacked her own defense attorney today. Now her lawyer is asking to be removed from this case.
25-year-old is charged with the murder and dismemberment of Shad Theory in last February. Our Brittany Schmidt witnessed the attack and tells us
swear
what
there was
happened in court
another view.
before the attack.
Front of the head as Brown County
There.
Judge Thomas Walsh delays her
Er.
murder trial. Taylor Schabusiness
I guess
lunges
not.
at her defense
Huh.
attorney.
I thought they caught it.
Quinn Jolly able to hold her off as the deputy quickly
Anyway,
subdues her,
okay.
fighting and
Do you
kicking.
guys want to watch?
Backup quickly on the way.
They need code 3 and branch 223 is on his way. Wrestling with your business.
The
Wrestling
courtroom
with
is cleared
your-
out for safety reasons as more deputies run in to help.
I'm going off on your attorney, Taylor. You went crazy on your attorney.
After Schabusiness is escorted out of the courtroom on her own 2 feet,
Taylor, can you walk?
Jolly tells
Oh,
the
yeah,
judge
yeah.
of his intentions in this case.
At this point, I'm going to put a motion in the withdrawal from this matter.
The attack happened roughly 10 minutes into what was supposed to be another competency hearing for Schabusiness. The judge expected to hear expert testimony Tuesday, but the defense asked for more time to file a report, saying one of the experts wasn't available.
And it makes me wonder whether there was ever an intent to get him here. But quite frankly, it seems as if this has laid out the process of simply getting an adjournment of the trial. And I gotta believe you didn't find out just yesterday when I did. When my staff contacted your office wondering why the report wasn't in, that this report wasn't coming in on the 10th. And that's kind of disturbing.
despite the attack, Judge Walsh did reschedule Schabusiness's competency hearing for March 6th.
So that's old though, but I just wanted to show you the old one. But the new hearing, I don't know if we want to watch the whole thing. It's kind of boring. They're just talking about oh, this is the whole thing. Right? Oh, no, this is a different one. What is this? 2 years ago though. Oh wait, they do move up.
8 to 20 CF 13 9
Yeah.
22.
This is the same hearing. Do you guys want to watch the new one though?
Yeah, I'll call State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness. 20 CF 998 to 20 CF 1393.
Look, she looks all
22 CF 363. State appears by Deputy District Attorney Saunders. The defendant is here in person and with her attorney, Mr. Jolly. We're on the court's calendar, excuse me, for an arraignment this morning. Mr. Jolly, have you and your client received a copy of the information?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you asking that the information be read out formally in open court?
No, Your Honor, we waive the reading of the information. I've gone over it with my client. It does appear to mirror what is in the complaint. We enter not guilty pleas on all counts.
Okay, not guilty pleas will be entered on behalf of the defendant. Then the next, actually, the other files that are on are simply those probationary
I
counts.
think it's the one, isn't
for
it?
the,
Or
the
no?
court.
Maybe I'm wrong. Well, it is a different one. Never mind. Right?
Right, present bond continues then, and this matter is concluded.
Yeah, it must have been before because then he withdraws, right? All right, so let's watch the new, like part of the new one, just if you guys want to curious. Sorry. Shoot, I guess that her face. Hold on. What was she? I want to
Continues
watch
then, and
out.
this matter is concluded.
I want to see if she looks at the camera. Huh. Okay. So the new one hearing is this right here. We don't have to watch it all. It's just basically this witness gets up and talks about her attack.
Last time there was a report, there was a commotion. She yelled, stood up. She was then physically detained, moved out of the court, and moved down to the jail. It appeared, I didn't see exactly what happened, but it appeared that she had tried to get at it. And so the court does now find that the business is way to right to the person present giving the outburst. Are we prepared to proceed with the preliminary hearing?
Yes, you are.
Your Honor, I'm requesting to withdraw at this point in time.
Your request is denied. For this hearing, State versus Case 175 was second. We continue for this hearing, and then you can withdraw.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dude, I just saw this, the full interview. Is this the... I had watched it where they had a bunch of commercials.
Yeah.
Can I put this paper on here? Will it be kind of on the...
Yep. Totally fine.
Is that okay?
Have you guys
I don't know if you'd
seen
like to be on
this?
camera.
Have you guys seen this? I've not even seen this. You want to watch this? I should add Lori's picture on there. It wasn't my plan, but I saw it over there in the corner. I thought it was that other one with what's his name, but it's not. Hold on, let me take a sip of this. Huh. Says you will hear 2 sections of this video that do not have any audio. These were made at the request of the attorney assisting Lori. To provide full transparency, we've included those muted segments into this raw video. 520, the attorney asked that we refrain from discussing Lori's prior conviction today so that it doesn't jeopardize her upcoming trial. Attorney stopped the interview saying Lori can answer that question after the trial. Huh. You want to listen to this real quick before we get into the... I think I want to do the Idaho one next. Let's listen to her. Excuse me, Lori, you are guilty already. You're guilty of those other charges of killing your son and your daughter. You've already been convicted guilty. Just because you're not guilty of Charles Vallow, you are already guilty. You're not a free woman. You're guilty. You got a life sentence. So I don't know what she's talking about. Like I am. I get what she's saying about the other people because innocent until proven guilty and they're waiting their first trial, right? She has another trial after this, but she's already been convicted. If you guys check out my playlist on Lori Vallow, I have like almost 200 videos on this case right here. Dude, I know all about this woman. She is, wow. Anyway, that's another trial. It's always like, there's always her trial, Chad Daybell's, it was always going when there's other trials. I can't watch all these trials. You know, oh lordy, they're all too many good ones at the same time. She just asked that because I was thinking the same thing. What define family tragedy, please? I love that she just asked her that because murdering your kids is a family tragedy, Lori. Okay, that's a new one. Wow. Chad? No, I blame her just as much as Chad, but Chad, like, she had the she was capable of it, and she, you know, in the past, I feel like was trying to kill her ex-husband and stuff. But I feel like introducing Chad into her life, he was very powerful for like, you know what I'm saying? Like she listened to him and not that she is an evil person and she's messed up, but I think she was like almost like she was very searching for like that kind of a influence in her life or something like spiritual and the domino effect. Yeah, you and Chad were you guys like push the dominoes all your fault like the domino. Oh, it's just crazy that she still is not taking responsibility for it, and neither is Chad. They still she blamed Tylee on that one interview, trying to blame Tylee. That Tylee was just with her pancreatitis, I think it's called, right? Like she was just in so much pain, and you know, we got to watch that interview. Is that on YouTube yet? Because it was on like the app that I got it from, but it does not let you like you can't screen record it. You can't like I wouldn't be able to like play it for you guys because when you try to screen record that for some reason, it's like it doesn't work. It just won't screen record. I don't know how they have that on some apps where it's like you can't. I mean, it's smart because I mean they don't want people copying it, but it's like I don't know how they do that. Anyway, sorry. I'm just trying to add some fair use commentary into this because, anyway. What happened? Who may be back? Mamma Mia? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, am I back on? I don't even know. Wait, am I back on? Yeah. Dang, I was just talking about fair use. I guess I can't use this. What did it say? What did it say? Violation? Oh no, it happens. It's happened. It happened. I've had that happen a lot, Casey. So if you play something, that's crazy because this is Arizona family. Like if you play some of like the big company, like more bigger stuff, like they have it set up where it's like pre-set up. I don't know how they do it, but like as you're live, it's like copyrighted already. So like if you play it, usually it's like big channels and stuff. As you're live, um it stops you, policy violation, and they give you a chance to stop playing it and you could go back on. But that's weird because this is like just like not I mean, yeah, they have 304,000 subscribers, but it's not like a big company. Like I'm trying to give like an example, like Discovery or something like that. That or NBC or I don't know, something big, they'll do it. But wow, I would never have thought like something like this local channel. That freaking sucks. Oh, I guess we can't watch it. But I mean, I don't understand how these channels get that to do that. Like, is there like a thing once you get like so big, you could clip on a thing like, hey, if anybody uses this, they like copyright it right away or something? I don't know. Oh, well. Yeah, it should be, but some of these places do it. They set it up ahead of time where it shuts it down when you're watching it. That's so weird. It's Arizona's family. Like, what? I feel like I remember when they didn't have that many subscribers too. God, getting a little big head on us. Yeah, they're just like a local kind of local Arizona news. I've never seen like a local place like that do that. It's usually like more corporate stuff. It makes me kind of upset. Like I get mad when like that's like what the heck? Can't share a freaking interview? Like we could do fair use. That's what I was just talking about. I was stopping and using it. I don't know. I get mad at that freaking crap. No, it just takes a minute to pick up. It's not, they have it like copyrighted. Oh, I've had it. Like I've probably had it 10 different times maybe or more throughout my 6 years where but it's always big corporate type things like, or Australian. There's some Australian for some reason, Australia doesn't like to share. Mamma mia, they don't like to share their stuff. So like there's been a couple Australian channels, they'll do it, but otherwise, any of the channels were over here, it's like more corporate ones, but oh well. All right. That's weird because I wasn't even going to do Lori Vallow. And I saw that interview. Oh well. Won't use them anymore. It sucks because like, I mean, a lot of people haven't heard of this channel. Like look. That's crazy, dude. Some of their videos only have 32 views, 36 views, 92 views. Like, how is a channel like that gonna do that? Like, that's probably why they're not growing. Like, sometimes it takes letting other people tell, like I would have ended up sharing that link and stuff to grow. Like, you're gonna be like, I don't know. That makes me, I'm sorry, I'm mad. Okay. Let's watch, dang, I did want to watch the rest of that, but I won't be helping you anymore. All right. That makes me mad, guys. So let's do I wanted to play this Brian Kohberger video. It's from a few days ago. I watched it a few days ago, and I really wanted to get you guys' take on it. Right here. Yeah, cuff you. It sucks. It's like, I mean, maybe it does take maybe it is 30 minutes before those pick up, but no, because we weren't even watching that 30 minutes. That interview's not even 30 minutes. I think we're only watching it like 10 minutes or something, I think, right? Because sometimes it happens quick. I've had it happen within a couple minutes. I think it just depends on the system, how quick it picks it up. Okay, so let's watch this video. This is the video. Hold on, let me put it and then what? All right.
We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. Brian Kohberger's lawyers wait.
Hold on, that music. I'm going to fast forward to. Arm? What? Okay.
That Brian Kohberger's lawyers say could make the difference between him going free or possibly being sent to death row. Their beef is all about Brian Kohberger's cell phone and the records. Kohberger's lawyers are also claiming he couldn't have physically carried out 4 murders because of a condition he has. More on that very, very shortly, along with the defense's explanation for some of his behavior that the prosecution has labeled incriminating. You don't want to miss that. And there are other details that Kohberger's lawyers have revealed about the state's case. So stay tuned. But back to that 7 minutes. It has to do with Brian Kohberger's cell phone and a very specific set of records. Kohberger's lawyers are accusing prosecutors of holding back evidence about his cell phone location records, and they're using fighting words in doing so. Kohberger maintains he's innocent and that he didn't murder Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle at the house on King Road in November of 2022. The records that Kohberger's lawyers and his cell phone expert want are called timing advance records. Kohberger had an AT&T phone, and his lawyers say those records will accurately pinpoint where his phone was and the direction that he was driving on the night of the murders. Now, there's been a lot of back and forth in court documents about these records. In fact, the state asked Judge Hippler to bar the defense from even mentioning these records during the trial. Prosecutor Ashley Jennings wrote, "The state has been advised and will offer documentation and/or testimony that AT&T records are produced by their Global Legal Demand Center, GLDC. AT&T GLDC did not begin producing timing advance records until May of 2023. All records for defendant's phone were obtained from GLDC in December 2022. So that's what prosecutors said back in February. And they claimed that allowing Kohberger to tell the jury that additional evidence could have been provided and wasn't was a mischaracterization. The defense fired back, saying it agreed partially with the prosecutors, but only partially. The lawyers wrote, "The state is misleading the court in its motion by what it leaves out. What the state is not saying is that the timing advance records existed at AT&T in November and December of 2022. The state has to know this to be true because in April of 2024, the state produced the actual records from AT&T and for cell towers and individual timing advance records for 2 of the 4 deceased and 1 for a person who had been a person of interest at the beginning of the investigation, as well as over 3,800 people on the cell tower. These records were from November of 2022 and were produced in discovery to Mr. Kohberger in 2024. Now, there's a bit of a catch here. The defense says the state has these records, but the state says it doesn't. Prosecutors wrote in response, regarding AT&T, before June of 2023, AT&T retained timing advance records for 7 days. These records were not routinely provided in response to legal demand prior to June of 2023. After June of 2023, AT&T started providing these records pursuant to legal demand and began retaining timing advance records for 13 months. This is a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease as a suspect until December 19th, more than a month after the murders? And at that time, AT&T was only retaining those records for 7 days, not 13 months as they are now. Now enter Cy Ray, the defense's cell phone expert, who just filed a declaration saying he believes those records are available based on his experience. Ray wrote, "In my nearly 30 years working with and for prosecutors all over the United States, I have never witnessed such a deliberate attempt by prosecutors to mislead the court on evidence in plain sight. Anyone making such a claim would have to believe the court is incapable of reviewing physical evidence in possession of the state and the defense. It rises to a level beyond a simple miscommunication or oversight and is clear and intentional misrepresentation in the hopes to conceal a much larger issue." That sounds really ominous. So why are these records so important? Well, Brian Kohberger's attorneys say these records are more precise in showing a phone's location and will partially corroborate his alibi that he was at a park. And it has to do with what white car was seen on which surveillance cameras and when. Ann Taylor talked about this at a hearing back in January.
In the first AT&T warrant, in that affidavit, the police officer talks about 2:42 a.m. that WSU cameras, because they start looking at WSU cameras after the IGG identification, they find a white car that they say is an Elantra at 2:42. So they get the phone records, and then it becomes 2:44 that they say Mr. Kohberger's leaving his residence, 2:44 a.m. And the place near Bishop Boulevard where one could turn to go to Moscow at 2:42 is inconsistent with 2:44, but they don't correct that. They don't say that vehicle at 2:42 cannot have been the right white Elantra running around that night, because we now know it was at 2:44 a.m. They want to keep that in there because they want the car positioned like it's going to be going to Moscow.
Ann Taylor claims that Brian Kohberger's car was not going to Moscow and that there was another white Elantra driving around that night. And here she explained another reason why those timing advance records are so important to her case.
They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off the network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction is the car traveling? And you can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower as it tracks where a phone's going. The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to pick a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting. And they chose to make a map that showed a direction that phone wasn't traveling in to create a false narrative.
So at 2:54, Brian Kohberger's phone stops reporting to the network. The prosecution says that's because he turned it off because he was going to go commit a murder. The defense says it just stopped reporting to the network. So there's that 7 minutes that the defense says is so important between 2:47 and 2:54. Ann Taylor claims the state's experts have it all wrong when it comes to where Brian Kohberger's car was traveling. And there's another reason why the defense is upset about the state's cell phone expert. FBI agent Nick Balance analyzed cell towers around the house on King Road and did a drive test that included a 100-meter radius around the house. He's going to testify that Kohberger's phone accessed cell towers within that 100-meter radius on 23 separate occasions between July 9th, 2022 and November 7th, 2022. That was 6 days before the murders. And he looked at the time period between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. 100 meters is roughly 328 feet. So Agent Balance is going to testify that Brian Kohberger's cell phone was within 300 feet of the King Road house 23 times over a 4-month period before the murders. Ann Taylor had addressed Kohberger being in Moscow at that hearing back in January.
Those
23 times over a 4-month period before the murder in January.
Those cover places that one shops, places that one eats, places that one gets gas in Moscow. From the records, you can see handoffs, and so you know where a vehicle is going. You can know whether it's stationary or not. You can know whether it's parked, looking at a particular place or not. Based on those records, we also provided the records just so the court would know there's a volume of records. I don't expect the court to decipher those records. But based on those records, they absolutely knew that Mr. Kohberger wasn't around that residence, wasn't parked near the residence, didn't stop and have his phone in a stationary position at that residence. They absolutely knew that that's not what was happening, but they put it in there to make a connection that didn't exist. They put it in there so that the judge would think that this was the right person. And they shouldn't have done that. They knew that was incorrect.
So to talk about this whole thing about the cell phone records, and then later we're going to talk about Brian Kohberger's OCD and all of these other things the defense says he has, I want to bring in Philip Dubé. He works as court-appointed counsel in California. So a case like this could very well land in his lap. Philip, I want to know what you think right off the bat about this whole issue about Cy Ray, the defense's cell phone expert, claiming that The state has these records. Somebody's got these records, whether it's the FBI or the cops or whomever, and they're just not turning them over. So the state's saying, no, those records weren't available back in 22. It seems kind of like a big mess.
Well, I think there's a difference between having the records and not turning them over and not having them at all. I'm going to give the prosecution the benefit of the doubt. When they say they don't have the records, I take them at their word. They say they don't have them. The real question is, why don't they have them? Did they fail to request them? If they failed to request them, I find it hard to believe that law enforcement did not tell them that they need to have those records or should have those records, because at a minimum, they could exculpate Brian Kohberger. It is standard practice, particularly in the last 5 years, to get location data, all location data from cell sites, from cell phone companies, to help locate the actual device at the time of a crime. And through a process called, I believe it's called trilateration, they can determine, based on how the radio signal from the base reaches the phone and goes back to the base at the speed of light, where that phone is at all times. They can measure that. I find it a little suspicious that they didn't request it. Now, again, it's not to say that it was done on purpose, but I do think it could constitute a violation of due process. The bigger question, though, is to say is to ask why they insist that the records do not exist. Is it they do not exist right now because they let too much time go by to allow for the purgation of those records? Or did they in fact exist, they failed to ask for them, or they were told that they existed and never asked for them? So there's a lot of unanswered questions, and how you resolve it is you bring AT&T into court and you have them testify from their legal department or from one of their records custodians departments.
Well, the state says, they requested them, because there's like emails about this with the FBI, with Nick Balance, the cell phone guru for the FBI, where he told them to request this stuff. So they requested it. The state's saying back then in December of 2022, the retention period was 7 days. Now it's 13 months. We requested Brian Kohberger's records on December 13th. The homicides happened on November 13th. So the 7 days was up. So therefore we don't have those records because they were gone. But the defense is claiming that the lead investigator testified about this and said he had seen the records. So I think it's very messy. And I think you have a very good idea about bringing AT&T in to say, yeah, we turned them over, or we didn't, or we had them, or they didn't request them. This seems like this could be a pretty simple thing to get to the bottom of.
Yeah, and I'd like to see if the legal department, specifically their custodian of records, actually received a demand for the records, either by way of subpoena, court order, or search warrant, and whether or not they responded by saying, after a diligent search, we cannot locate these records do not exist. Or alternatively, with a statement under oath in their declaration stating that our retention period is merely 7 days. We are not a perpetual repository of contents of cellular data. We do not have the capacity to store this data. The real question is, did they say it? Did the records in fact exist? And if they did, and the state failed to double down and try to get those records, I think it's outrageous. And frankly, I think at a minimum, they should get a jury instruction with an adverse inference against the state that they're playing games.
Well, we're going to wait and see how it all unfolds, because there's going to be a big hearing next week on April 9th, where they're going to hash all of this out. So let's move on now to the other big piece of this whole cell phone thing. And they're saying, the defense is saying basically that the cell phone analysis of Nick Balance shouldn't be allowed. He is saying that Brian Kohberger's phone was within a football field of the King Road house on 23 occasions between July and November of 2022. So Ann Taylor had said in an earlier hearing that phone, he was in Moscow, but that phone was never stationary at that house. So he was not stalking anybody in the house or anything like that. But this Nick Balance is going to testify. He did these drive tests. He did all of this analysis, and that phone was within 100 meters of that King Road house. Ann Taylor says this shouldn't be allowed. He hasn't disclosed his methodology. We don't know how he reached these conclusions, etc. Your thoughts on that? Because that seems like a really, really bad fact for the defense if his phone is that close to the house 23 times.
Yeah, and all the more reason for needing and wanting that timing advanced data, because that would resolve it. Now, having said that, I think the reason why this is a critical issue for the defense is because if they have proof that he was within, let's say, 100 meters of the house on 23 separate occasions, unannounced, uninvited, it certainly raises the specter of him casing the place, and that this was premeditated and long thought out way before the murders. So what they need to do is they need to get their own expert. They need to get their own expert, such as Cy Ray, to take the stand and talk about margins of error, meaning just because the state says that he was within 100 meters doesn't mean it's true. If the margin of error can show that maybe he was a third of a mile away, a quarter of a mile away, or a half a mile away, that is not proof of casing. That is not proof of just sort of staking out the property. It just means you're in the vicinity, you know? And I think that in the end, it could become a battle of the experts, but all the more reason why the defense needs that data.
Let's move on now to all of these issues that Bryan Kohberger has. The state does not want any neuropsychological evidence introduced at trial. They filed a motion saying no dice. The defense says, no, we should be able to tell the jury that he has autism spectrum disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder, and something else called developmental coordination disorder. I want to start with the autism stuff. And they say they should be able to tell the jury about this because of the way he looks and the way that he acts. And so I want to put something up on the screen where it talks about his flat affect. The defense says, for example, he does not show emotion on his face. He has a flat affect. He sits very still and holds his hands in the same position. He has a piercing stare. He does not show expected reactions. Facial expressions do not reflect what he is feeling. He has stiffened body posture. He has prosody in speech, uses repetitive phrases and large words, and has developmental dexterity problems. I mean, does that matter? Can't they just coach him even if he's got some issues because he has this level 1 autism spectrum disorder? Can't they work with him, Philip? I'm playing devil's advocate here. Or is it really that bad that they may not be able to help address these things?
Well, it's a great question. In other words, does it matter is really sort of a layperson's way of asking, is it relevant? And the legal definition of relevance is that a fact or some offer of proof has a tendency and reason to prove or disprove a disputed fact, meaning one of the elements of murder or an element of their defense. If their defense is he didn't do it, then his awkwardness, how he sits, how he fidgets, how he stares, how he does selfies and all that kind of stuff doesn't prove or disprove a disputed fact. Where it may come in handy, and it will come in handy, is in the penalty phase. So assuming he is convicted in the guilt phase, that is excellent evidence in the penalty phase is mitigation to hopefully spare his life. But I don't see the judge allowing that in. I would be very surprised. Again, it's only because they're not putting on it some type of ASD defense. If they are, they're essentially admitting guilt. By doing that, you're saying, look, my client did it, but give him a break. You know, he's not morally reprehensible because he's a victim of Mother Nature. He was born on the ASD spectrum. It is not his fault. It's not his mother's fault. It's just sort of one of the burdens that is borne by society. And it's a tough sell. In fact, it never would sell.
All right, let's move on to the obsessive compulsive disorder. They say he's totally OCD. I want to put this other, passage up on the screen. Mr. Kohberger has sleep difficulties and subsequently developed a habit of night driving or running to decompress, such behaviors being present most of his life. He also engages in frequent frequent compulsive hand washing. He wears gloves to avoid germs, has a fear of things getting into his eyes. He changes his shower curtain frequently to avoid exposure to mold and avoids anything he views as contaminating. If the state elicits testimony at trial related to these types of facts that are used to build circumstantially the elements of the crime or show Mr. Kohberger's actions as reflecting his state of mind or other elements of the crime, he will refute that evidence through expert testimony as behaviors related to his OCD and his ASD. And then they go on to mention the fact that Brian Kohberger was putting his garbage at the house in Pennsylvania when he was arrested. He was putting his garbage in baggies and he was wearing gloves. And the state's going to say he was doing that so he wouldn't leave his DNA anywhere. And the defense is like, no, he's OCD. He just does this stuff.
Then I think it's well taken, to be honest. Remember, they're introducing evidence against him, evidence of guilt. And remember, the definition of relevance is, does the offer of proof have a tendency and reason to prove or disprove a disputed fact? If the fact is it's all premeditation, he's using gloves, he's trying to conceal the evidence, he's trying to prevent detection of evidence, but you can refute that and counter it by showing, no, that's not what he's doing. He's a germaphobe. You know, he gets creeped out by microorganisms. That's just how he lives. He swaps out a shower curtain regularly. You know, he doesn't shake hands with a bare hand. He doesn't touch doorknobs. He doesn't even like opening up his own garbage can. And if he does, he wears gloves or he has a napkin in his hand. I think that is fair game to rebut it. Otherwise, it just leaves it out in the open that he's trying to go undetected. So I think that should come in for that purpose. But I don't think either side should be able to mention it in their opening statement. It should only become an issue once the prosecution intends to introduce that evidence. Unless and until they do, then the defense's ability to rebut it legally is irrelevant. You have to wait until it becomes relevant.
And next, they say he has developmental coordination disorder. Let's put this other slide up on the screen. It says the state has disclosed evidence that law enforcement will testify they did test runs at 1122 King Road and that it is possible to commit 4 homicides in a time frame of only minutes, including walking to and from a car and removing clothing that would be covered in blood. So they think that he took bloody clothes off. That's going to be part of the state's theory, and then got in his car and drove away. And they then continue to write, it will be relevant for the jury to know that Mr. Kohberger has a developmental coordination disorder that impacts his fine motor dexterity and visual motor functions. Such speed and coordination are not possible for him. So they're saying basically, Philip, he can't go into a house and kill a bunch of college kids who are drunk, heavily intoxicated, with a huge knife because he's got this dexterity disorder, developmental coordination disorder.
Well, if the prosecution is going to introduce evidence that he did have, in fact, the ability to do this within that time frame, that limited time frame, then really what they're trying to do is offer up a reenactment. And reenactments, either through testimony or demonstrations, have to be a fair, accurate, reasonable depiction of what really occurred. You can't just have somebody come in and just do a recreation without any specific facts. So, for example, if the person who's doing the reenactment had met with Mr. Kohberger and garnered information from him, had him walk about, had him do his own sample walks back and forth, circle around, then there is a basis, a reasonable scientific basis to suggest that their depiction is fair, accurate, and reliable. But otherwise, I think it has a tendency to mislead the jury. Jurors are hung up on junk science. They really are. And someone takes a stand and says, oh, he has the right build. He has the right stature. He can do this. He has the right weight, the height. He has the bushy brows. Look at the length of his arms. Look at the fact that he had that scabbard through Amazon, and just try to tie in all these nuggets to suggest that he had the physical wherewithal to do it, I think is junk science. That's my own opinion. So in response, the defense has to be able to counter it. If they're not allowed to counter it, the judge shouldn't even let it in to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, that seems fair. The state counters by saying, well, yeah, he used to have these issues in the past, and it had to do with him not being able to tie a shoe and then bad handwriting and stuff like that. They also, Philip, the defense did scans of his brain, and they said, this shows this is not like a mental health thing. This is more like he's got some structural issues in his brain. So, but I think that's more mitigation evidence than anything. Philip, thank you so much for coming on. As always, I appreciate your time.
Dang, man, what do you guys think? I'm so full, guys. I ate too much after that first live. I ate 2 pieces of pizza, and then Sarah got me this peanut butter mixed with chocolate. Like, oh my God, I'm already like almost halfway done with it. It's filling. Anyway, okay, I want to look at that document that hold on a second. Oh Lordy. Take this down. This one right here. So last time I freaking didn't realize I had 2 documents about this whole records thing for Idaho. So I read this one, but I didn't read this one. So, or wait, maybe it was the opposite. I read one of them, but I didn't read the other one. So this goes on to show what they kind of were talking about, well, somewhat. So I didn't read this part. I know this for sure right here. Let me read some of this so you guys can see. Okay. So they're talking about balance. So balance is the state's expert witness. They were just talking about him, right? And it says that where are we at? He is an expert in using the same skills. He was involved in the actual investigation from the onset. He was co-located with investigators throughout the investigation. His opinions and interpretations were relied on by the investigators and prosecutors. These interpretations and opinions found their way into every probable cause statement, support and search warrants against the defendant. He is referenced in nearly every search warrant issued. His opinions and interpretations were an integral piece of building probable cause against the defendant. It says, unfortunately, most of his opinions and interpretations provided to the investigators and prosecutors are not supported by the evidence in the case. But of course, that's the thing. It's like their expert witness versus theirs. It's like, who do you believe? They're both experts. They're probably both qualified, right? One's working for the state, one's working for the defense. So it's like, it's hard because like, we don't get to see, like, do we get to see all this evidence of what they're looking at? We probably wouldn't be able to make sense out of it if we saw it, like whatever, like to figure out like the numbers and to figure out like the locations. It wouldn't, it wouldn't make sense to us probably. Because there's probably different ways that systems or whatever that they could figure this out, that they're experts in it. So it's like, who do you trust? I don't know. That's tough because I guess it depends on who makes the better argument and makes more sense. When we hear it, I hope we get to hear it because I want to see what the heck they're talking about. So what they're saying is they're going to use this for doubt. And it had me like, huh? But see, here's the thing. Even if the car that they're saying, I'm going to read this in a minute, but even if like some of the pictures of the car isn't Brian's, that doesn't necessarily mean that he isn't the killer, but it sucks because it creates doubt on the state's stuff then. So then you're going to doubt like their evidence when maybe if they were just kind of honest about it and then explained it how it still is, it still could be Brian. But you know what I'm saying? Instead of them finding that they weren't being honest, and then the state still might have enough good evidence, but now the jury's going to be like, do we trust this now? Because they didn't tell us this or that. Because even if let's say one of the things isn't Brian, because I think seems like she's claiming like one of the surveillance isn't the same car as the others, but they never corrected it. So they're just going to make it seem like it's all them. It's all him. Like one of them, it's so precise that you could tell the direction that the person's going, because I think the way they tell is like because you could see where they're coming from. So you can basically tell the direction they're going in. So that's another thing. It says that he wasn't going in he wasn't going towards Moscow, where the state leads you to believe that that's where his trajectory is from that path. You know what I'm saying? But that still doesn't mean that it's not him, because like he could have just went a different route, or I don't know. But anyway, it says, unfortunately, most of his opinions and interpretations provided to investigators and prosecutors are not supported by the evidence in this case. It is this very reason I was awaiting Balance's report detailing the facts, data, methodology, and analysis relied to make such egregious errors. I expected to see work that explained the conclusions as well as properly addressing omitted analysis and errors in the work. The omitted work in the U.S. in this case is exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger. So Balance did not include into analysis of AT&T handoff data provided by AT&T for the defendant's mobile device on November 13th between hours of 2:30 and 3. The handoff in the defendant's AT&T records during this time is exculpatory. Balance did not include an analysis of AT&T data regarding 23 time periods in his report that he appears to be suggesting the defendant was at or very near the crime scene. So this is the one where it said 23 times he was within 100 radius, 100 mile, or wait, 100 meter radius. How did they say that? Said it was only like 300 and some feet or whatever, which isn't a lot. So it's 100. Okay. When we saw her, she was saying, oh, well, that's where he could have been getting gas or went to the store. It doesn't necessarily show that he stopped and was casing out anything. They say you could, like she was saying, like basically they're probably going to get their expert to show that he wasn't by the house casing it out. He didn't stop there. He was getting gas or doing this or that. It's like, I don't know. This opinion appears to be based of cell towers connections, primarily handoff connections in the defendant's records. It is difficult to determine the process of methodology. Balance relied on to suggest this connection for several reasons because the AT&T records do not support the statement. There is no report or analysis detailing the defendant's movements between June and December 2022. Which would be needed to surmise the defendant's phone was at or near the crime scene 23 times prior to the homicide. There is no mapping showing the network connections relied upon. There are no drive test coverage maps of the other than one cell site. It says Balance may testify. Handoffs are mapped on a case-by-case basis, which is determined by the needs of the investigation. From my experience as the subject matter in this field, this claim is outside my established best practice or reliable methodology of analysis. The standard is that all data must be analyzed and considered regardless of how it impacts the investigation. The first cell site recorded in this session is the only site that is chosen based on the measurements made by the cell phone representing the best signal from these measurements and ranking of surrounding sites. So this response does not explain why he would use handoff data at certain times and ignoring it at other times. The coverage maps are created using the actual measurements taken by the GAR. Let's see, use a natural neighbor algorithm. In other words, it is looking at known values at known locations to determine the expected value at a location where a measurement couldn't have been taken. The natural neighbor algorithm was first published by Robin. It's widely accepted. Okay, hold on. Let's see. So here's the one thing about, they say A recent disclosure states, page 13 depicts cell phone usage by the 8458 phone, okay? And Balance is expected to testify when the 8458 phone interacted with AT&T at 2:47 a.m. The phone was not at Brian Kohberger's residence, marked BK on the map. Rather, it was southeast of his residence as depicted by the drive test data. Balance is expected to testify that he analyzed additional handoff data that occurred during this data session, and that the phone stopped communicating with the network at 2:54. Testify. Says this disclosure does not provide analysis or opinion as to what Balance found when he analyzed the additional handoff data. This is the very data I previously testified about having been omitted from Balance's work product and opinions. Balance conducted a significant amount of drive test data, has not been provided that data to support his work. Drive test data is collected when an investigator takes radio frequency survey equipment out into the field and collects signal measurement of the cell network. By driving specific grid patterns through an area, it is possible to capture enough data to reliably estimate a cell's site coverage area. In this case, Balance and Kendi spent several days conducting drive tests around Pullman and Moscow. In all, they collected well over 500,000 data points, enough data points to effectively map the coverage areas of all relevant cell sites related to this case, that being roughly 24 cell sectors. Balance has only produced coverage mapping for 4 sectors. Balance has collected the required data and does have access to the required software to map all the sectors he analyzed in his drive test efforts. The conversion of raw data to a coverage image is relatively non-existent when compared to the effort required to collect the raw data. Wait, the conversion of raw data to the coverage image is relatively non-existent when compared to the... What? Balance, in accordance with the FBI CAST policy, had his work product peer-reviewed by another FBI CAST agent, Kendi. There are official reports stating Kendi did peer review Balance's work product and signed off as it being complete and accurate. I created the first subject matter expert certification course in the U.S. in this field for state and local law enforcement. I've taught the course over a decade. Part of the course includes peer review processes, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So saying I personally completed well over 50 peer reviews. The state has not disclosed the required data to support a peer review of SA Balance's work. So, I mean, it does make you wonder, they collected all that. Did they find something that did not go with their narrative of Kohberger? So therefore they didn't include it after they did all those data points and only included 4 sectors? I don't know. But does it mean that Brian's innocent? Not necessarily. That's not what that means. See, that's I feel like sometimes people they see one thing and it's like, well, that means Brian's innocent then. No, it just means maybe they don't know exactly every single specific thing. And maybe the kind of, and it sucks because I mean, it could hurt the case, but I mean, it still doesn't. It sucks because when crimes happen, nobody knows exactly what happened. You got to try to figure it out, and sometimes it's the person. I'm not saying with this case, but I'm saying sometimes you just it's the person. You just don't know all the details that happen because you weren't there. So it's maybe it's just not matching up with everything. I mean, does it hurt the case? Yeah, but does it necessarily make him innocent? No, but I don't know. I don't know what it's going to say. I would like to see. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be able to watch the trial. Didn't you guys say it wasn't going to be on video? So that kind of sucks. I don't know, guys. I don't know what it means, but I mean, couldn't there be maybe 2 white cars driving and Or like they're paying this expert, so like they're at the state's expert could think that no, that expert's wrong. Like, what if you know what I'm saying? What if what's his name, Psy or whatever? What if he's wrong? You know, we don't know. I don't know. I want to see more actually, and like see more information. I'd like to hear their testimonies and then try to decide. You know, that'd be tough. Whoever sells it best, I guess. Which it's kind of crazy though, because somebody's life is in the hands of like who plays the game the best sometimes, you know, which lawyers and which experts and who has the best experts that, you know, that the jury could understand and it's presented where it makes sense to them. What do you guys think about this? Does it change anybody's mind here on his guilt? It doesn't change my mind, but it does create a little bit of doubt. Like, okay, well, it makes me want to know more. I want to know more, but it could possibly create some doubt once I learn more. I need to see more proof that this is true. And if they are able to like show like, okay, like convincing, yeah, it'll create a little bit of doubt for me. But I feel like still the amount of other things that just go together, it's hard to it's I'm still leaning more towards his guilt, I would say. Well, it depends on I want to see this stuff. So there's supposed to be a hearing on the 9th. Are we gonna I guess we'll see clips of it or something? I don't understand. Like we saw like a clip of that. Is the video in the hearings or not? Or they just let you play like clips of it? Like a second of it or something. Where's that whole hearing? Can we watch that whole hearing or no? You know, that's what I don't understand with this case. We'll be able to catch like a little bit here and there, but like, can we watch the whole stuff? I don't know. Sorry, I'm over here. I could just cut my nails, clipped them, and now there's like, I feel like, I don't know, I clipped them like earlier today, but anyway, I'll stop. Yeah, we need to know more. I know. Oh, I know they're all paid experts. That's my point. They're all paid, so they're all working for whoever side they're working on. So it's like, well, depends on, I mean, you listen to them and who you believe, who has the best argument, I guess. It's crazy that it just sucks though, like when like the state kind of messes up a case, you know, where it's like they kind of screw it up, so then it almost risks like the victims getting justice because it could like be like where it's like it is the person, but they screw it up or could be the other way too. But anyway, let me see if there's anything else on that before we go to Karen Read. Any other Kohberger stuff? Like videos. Because even if there's new documents, I'll look, but if there is, I'll have to read them over and do a video once I become a little bit familiar with it. Let's look at this.
Prosecutors are digging into Brian Kohberger.
Why is it always, I don't understand, is that Angeline, whatever her name is she the only freaking Law and Crime that is covering Kohberger? Because every Kohberger video I click on from Law and Crime is her. Like, I would like to see somebody else covering it. Hold on, let me see.
And why the state. Welcome to Crime. All know things prosecutors want to argue at his trial about grades. So
this is from a day ago. Let's see what they have to say. Wait, did I read all this document though? Yeah, that was all of it. Okay. Let's see what she has to say.
Should be no surprise that he knows a thing or two or more about crime scenes. But did he know too much? Prosecutors want to argue at his trial later this year that Kohberger knew a lot about crime scenes, how they work, how law enforcement treats them, and how not to contaminate one. And they're digging into his college years and his homework at DeSales University to prove it. Now, to be clear, what Brian Kohberger was studying, criminology, is different from crime scene investigation. And we'll talk about how those topics differ later. But could a paper he wrote as an undergrad, this paper right here, help prove that he is a quadruple murderer? Prosecutors believe so. Kohberger's attorneys say that he maintains his innocence in the murders of Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. The 4 students were stabbed to death at the house on King Road in Moscow, Idaho in November of 2022. The 4 were students at the university, and this case has captured the attention of people around the world. Kohberger had just started his PhD work in criminology at Washington State University in Pullman, Washington, about 9 miles away. By all accounts, Kohberger arrived in Washington in the summer of 2022. His Washington driver's license was issued on July 1st. An FBI agent is expected to testify for the state that Kohberger's phone was within 100 meters or 328 feet of the house on King Road on 23 occasions from July 2022 to November 7th, just 6 days before the murders. Another FBI agent will testify that this white car seen driving to the house on King Road the morning of the murders was the same make and model as the white Hyundai Elantra that Kohberger drove. Prosecutors also claim that Kohberger's DNA was found on the inner snap of a knife sheath, just like this one, left next to victim Maddie Mogan on her bed at the crime scene. Leaving part of a murder weapon at a crime scene with your DNA on it would seem like a major fail in Crime Scene 101. But right now, we are talking about Criminal Justice 361, forensic investigation. It was a class that Brian Kohberger took at DeSales University in the spring of 2020 when he was an undergrad. And the final paper was entitled Crime Scene Scenario Final. It has Brian Kohberger's name on it and the date, May 5th, 2020. Now, this paper that was authored by Kohberger, it's 12 pages long, and the students go by step through step on how to handle a crime scene. Prosecutors want to introduce this paper at Kohberger's trial to show his knowledge of crime scenes. Judge Hippler, of course, would have to sign off on this as being relevant. The first part of the paper is entitled Arriving at the Crime Scene. Kohberger wrote, "The first thing to be done is block off the crime scene in order to avoid crime scene contamination. Keeping people out of the scene minimizes evidence contamination, though many may be curious to see what occurred. The theory of transfer states that we bring something with us to the crime scene and take something away, thus skewing the crime scene from the original state by contamination. This is because the original state of the crime scene was left by the criminal suspect. A lack of contamination allows the scene to be a snapshot in time." So right there, Kohberger is demonstrating for the professor that he knows how important it is to take precautions when entering a crime scene and that you can leave evidence of yourself behind when entering. Kohberger then writes about the victim, "I must call my immediate supervisor and inform them of the deceased white female who is approximately 35 years of age." Now, one thing that is interesting is that this 35-year-old woman in the scenario is a victim of a stabbing in a trailer park. So that's interesting, given Kohberger's current situation. I reached out to DeSales, and a spokesperson told me this was a typical assignment for this class. When I asked if the professor was the one who came up with the scenario, she said she didn't have any other information about the assignment. I want to tell you about financebuzz.com, which is sponsoring to do. It will need to have been important for many reasons. Her livelihood is one reason, but from the stance of a patrol officer or criminal investigator, she may have given a dying declaration of her attacker when informed of her impending death. There's also a discussion about rigor mortis setting in about 12 hours after death, which can help determine when the person died. The next section is entitled, Equipment I Will Have on Hand for the Investigation. Kohberger wrote, "To be prepared for crime scene investigation, I must ensure I have a crime toolkit containing the following: Kohberger discusses a 35 millimeter camera or digital camera that can videotape with adequate film and power. Moving down, Kohberger writes about needing latent fingerprint equipment and gloves to protect the scene from contamination. This will enable that I avoid leaving my latent fingerprints. He also writes about needing a small saw to take evidence, for example, drywall. And farther down, he writes protective clothing, boot covers, eyewear, fiber-free overalls, face masks, hair nets, gowns, and anything that will prevent me from contaminating the scene with things I bring with me. Now, the next section, entering the home from crime scene documentation and initial photography/videography. Kohberger writes, I may enter upon judicial approval of the search warrant and should do so with the minimum number of personnel. Again, Kohberger mentions gloves. I must ensure that myself and my fellow crime scene personnel are wearing gloves and other protective equipment as to avoid contaminating the scene with latent fingerprints. A fiber-free boot cover would also be ideal to avoid leaving physical footprints or residue from the boot. Anything that is fiber-free and covers the mouth, hair, and overall body would be helpful in avoiding crime scene contamination, since hair, saliva, skin cells, and other bodily fluids or cells may be added to the scene, thus contaminating it. Now, this paper is very, very detailed, and it discusses documenting everything: the exact time photos are taken, the weather, and the badge number of those involved. Later, Kohberger writes, is the mark on her neck related to the hanger near her? The photographs make it sure that these items were indeed present at the crime scene. Then he writes, the knife should be photographed under adequate light and a marker should be placed next to the knife to give the best photographic representation of the evidence. On page 6, Kohberger outlines the crime scene sketch and the importance of not including too many details, but there are some interesting things in this section. Kohberger wrote, even if there was an item introduced to the scene by an offender to throw off investigators, it is not the job of the criminal investigator processing the crime scene to jump to conclusions. He also wrote,
I have to do it. We got to see the WrestleMania. So, where's your comment at? Mr. M says that she says WrestleMania. That wouldn't surprise me. And that is even hilarious. If that is what she is saying, that's too much. That actually, I feel like I could see her freaking saying something like that. Hold on. We got to see, guys. Schabusiness. Supposedly Mr. M is saying that she's saying WrestleMania. We got to see. Hold on. Taylor should. I gotta see it now. It's too much. Oh my God, with her hair. I can't, guys. Hold on. The best. Like watching her walk in with her hair. Like, why is she too funny to me? I can't take her. I know I feel like people are going to judge me because I think she's so funny, but hopefully you guys get where like why. Like, look at her hair. Now I understand it's the braids, but like just think about it if you didn't realize that. Just picture like maybe getting a perm and her going, and I know that's not true, but that's what I was picturing, like somehow maybe she meets somebody in prison that gives her a perm. Oh my God. Okay, WrestleMania time. Because how straight her hair was. Now it's like, psht. But the braids would definitely do it. She always has this confused look almost. Or like she's just out there too. Like she's just kind of in a different world. She knows what she's going to do. I think she's aware. Like she went in there knowing she's going to do that. I really do. I think she had it planned. Look at her hands though. Look at the scars and stuff. Look at that. And you could tell I think that's a scar, unless that's a tattoo, but that's like, I remember she had some cuts on her hands from the murder. And remember she was asking for stitches, but I don't know if it was that bad. I feel like she might have done something in prison. Look at that. 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 Look They're ready. Think about it. The other one, they only had one. Now they have, we got to get that other view where I think they have like 5. I'll fast forward it a little bit. Here we go. Look, she's got a smirk. I'm telling you, this is planned.
24 CF 1048, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness. Appearances.
Gordon Leach for the state.
Taylor Schabusiness is personally present. She is in custody with attorney Curtis Jelka.
All right, this matter is set for a preliminary hearing today. Mr. Jelka, what's the status?
Your Honor, my understanding is we are proceeding.
All right, Mr. Leach.
Your Honor, I'm just checking in on the status of my officer. I expected her to be here, so, but I'm also having connectivity problems here. I might need to run upstairs and see if she may be upstairs. If I can have her.
Sure.
And Judge, it sounds like just one witness. We're asking for sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
I mean, it could be WrestleMania. I could hear the WrestleMania. I could hear it, but I can't say for sure. I'll rewind it again. Yeah.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
Now, I want to show you the smirk she gives him before that. I swear, this part is a put on. Like, she's crazy, but she's doing a little bit of this for the fun of messing with people. Watch.
All right, this matter is set for a preliminary hearing today. Mr. Jelka, what's the status?
Your Honor, my understanding is we are proceeding.
All right.
Oh, yeah, or
Mr.
maybe
Leach.
wrestle me.
Your Honor, I'm just checking in on the status of my officer. I expected her to be here, so, but I'm also having connectivity.
Oh, I think it was
problems.
before that. Hold on, it was before that. Watch. She gives him that smirk. Like she knows she's about to attack him. Watch. She knows what she's about to do. I'm telling you.
All right. Court
She
will call
does.
24 CF 1048, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness. Appearances.
Gordon Leach for the state.
Taylor Schabusiness is personally present. She is in custody with attorney Curtis Jelka.
All right, this matter is set for a preliminary hearing today. Mr. Jelka, what's the status?
Your Honor, my understanding is we are proceeding.
All right, Mr. Leach.
Your Honor, I'm just checking in on the status of my officer. I expected her to be here, so, but I'm also having connectivity problems here. I might need to run upstairs and see if she may be upstairs. If I can have her.
Sure.
And Judge, it sounds like just one witness. We're asking for sequestration, but that may be a moot point.
All right.
It is one witness, Your Honor.
Yeah, there's 5 or 6.
We're off the record.
Wait a minute. There's 6 guards. There were 6. So that's between. So they go from 1 in our first hearing. Only 1 guy was taking her down before they had to call for help to having 6 people ready. Wow. She's something else. I don't even know. Yeah. That's true. That's true. You could. Where the heck is the collector at? I'm surprised he's not in here. He used to come in here a lot. He just went and visited her last week. I want to. I want to hear what happened. Elvin, are you here? Because did you talk to him? I gotta message him. I want to know what the heck happened. Because I mean, this. So he would have seen her before this happened. Because this would have been this week. Okay, he visited her last week. He was supposed to go like every week to visit her. He had like every week. I think every week he was gonna go visit her. Um, I think it was at first it was I'm pretty sure he said it was like, like how Wade would do where it'd be on his screen. And then I think he was saying like eventually it would lead into like in person or something. I don't know. I know for the longest time she was in confinement where because so he was writing her and he told her I was going to write her because I was like when I was doing the case I was like dude I would love to like get inside her head just kind of like see what like to to interview people. That's like freaking somebody like me that's like loves true crime. Of course I'd want to interview like the people that I'm studying and talking about, right? So he had told her that I was going to write her and she was aware I was going to write her, but then she was in confinement for the longest time where she wasn't even getting letters. So it's like I haven't written her yet because she wasn't able to get letters. But now I guess she's out. She was able to visit now, but now with this crap, I don't know if she's going to be back in confinement, but I know at one point she was like smearing poop or something on all over her cell or something, and then like I said, this hearing is about when she attacked the guard. She attacked the what was it, prison guard or some prison worker when she was getting a staple or whatever out of her arm or whatever. She was at the prison hospital or whatever, getting medical treatment. She attacked him, and that's what this is about. But so I don't know if how long she's gonna be. I think the collector's visitor. I think his visit's gonna be over really soon because if she keeps acting like this, I don't see her being able to get visits. But I think he did visit her yet last week because he came in and even said he was able, right? Because when I had heard the last I had heard he was going to visit her last week. I didn't get to see if when he did and how it went. And then he came in the last live and said he did visit her last week. Did anybody hear what he said? When he came in at the last live, did he say anything about the visit? He said, "Oh, I visited her." Did he say anything? No, I don't want a poop smear letter. That's true. Ooh. Poop. Oh no, I wouldn't stand a chance like fighting her. No. Um, she fell on the staple. Oh, I forget. I read the incident report. I forget the details. I just remember she was in there to get the staple out or something because she fell on it. Okay. He said he was there when this happened. He saw it live. Oh, what? Are you serious? Did he get to visit her though, Ed? Wait, let's look at that other view where you get to see the audience. I don't remember seeing him in there. Hold on. Remember, we had that other view where you get to see everybody that was in there. Hold on a second. Let's look. There was a few people, but I remember seeing the girl in the back. There was two cameramen. One was holding it. One had it on the stand. And then I think there was a few other people sitting behind her on her side. We gotta look. We gotta look. Hold on. Right here. He's not here. Look. Nobody's here except this girl and the guards. Look, 2, 4, 6. 2 back here. 4 right here. There's this woman. This person has a camera. I'm pretty sure they have a camera at one point, don't they? I thought they did. I guess not. They have a camera. That's not him, though. He's not there. When did he say he was there? Because that's not him. That's a girl, is it not? Another guy's. Oh, that's what. Oh, I knew I saw a camera because this person gets a camera afterwards because they're not even the cameraman. They're like, "Ooh, I'm getting some footage of this. Watch, look at this." They're just like a viewer, and they're like, "Ooh, hold on, let me get some footage." Get your phone out. Let me get my phone out and get some footage of this. Oh, that's hilarious. No, John's or what? Jeff? He's not in there. He said he was there. He's not. I didn't see what he said though. Maybe he's not though. No, what? What funeral? Stella? Spotted at a funeral. No. Wait, do you mean I saw, do you talking about that, I think AI thing? Dude, I saw something pop up where I swear I thought it was AI. I don't know if this is what you're talking about. It was a short. It was really short. And it was like, it just showed somebody that kind of looked like NK, just kind of like walking. Like maybe it was from a funeral, but I thought it was AI created. You know how people freaking lie and they say, "Oh, this person is either somebody that just looks like her or it's like AI." AI could do a bunch of stuff. I don't know, but I don't know if it's the one that you saw, but I did see one that said it was NK. Okay, I have a question, Stella. Did she gain like a lot of weight? She's kind of heavier now. That's the one I seen. It looked like not a very she didn't look very good. Like she was not in her best her best shape or look. But I swear I thought it was an AI created it thing for some reason. Because I mean, imagine people are like that. They don't care. They could. I mean, hey, anybody spotting NK that would make a lot of views if you think about it. People be like NK, get a lot of attention. Well, I mean, if you could create like an AI version or something, I don't know. Who knows? But I think I saw what you're talking about. It's just really quick, right? Unless if that came from a longer version and I just saw the short clip. Oh, okay. Yeah. It popped up like in my short or something. Yeah. It's not AI. Okay. I don't know. I also thought like a part of me thought it might not even be her though. It kind of looks like her, but sometimes people could. It looks like a very bad version of her, like somebody that aged bad. She gained a lot of weight. She looks like a lot older, which she would be older, but I almost think that it could just be somebody that looks like her. I don't know. Where did it come from? But Stella, think about this though. Think about this. If somebody wanted to sell it as like a real one, you could make a video look like grainy, and it is the one I saw, yeah, because it did look. That was one of the thoughts that went through my head, like, okay, it does look kind of like crappy video, but I don't know. I don't know. I've seen so many people try to say crap, like try to like say things were her. That I don't know. I'm just a little hesitant to say for sure that that's her. But I mean, maybe. Oh well. Like, but here's the thing. What is that? I mean, we just see a little clip. What does that mean? What funeral is it from? And where is it? What funeral? Who took the video? Where did the video come from? You know what I'm saying? Just like the pictures that were going around that were supposedly her like years ago. Like walking out in the street. I don't think that was her. But people believe that. Who knows? I mean, I guess, but Do we know anything about it then? Whose funeral? Her mom's funeral? Oh, her friend's mom. Oh, well, maybe. Man, she looks really bad then if that's her. It's clear, but it's great. Like Stella said, it's like what we were trying to say that you know how like AI, if you want like a good AI, it's like it's just like really nice looking video. Like this is like not that. It's like kind of like this or something. It's not like it's not a really great quality video is what we're talking about. It's not that you can't, it's not that you don't see it. It's just it's not like it is a little bit grainy, it's not the best resolution. But it's clear enough where you can see it. We don't mean that, cuff you. I don't mean that. You could see it. You just I don't know how to explain it. Never mind. Yeah, that would make sense. Like a CCT, because yeah, that makes sense. But who got that? Like how did somebody get that video then and know that it's her? Is what I want to know. Oh, Plunder's the one that uploaded it? I didn't realize it was Plunder that uploaded it. I thought it was just some random like short I came across. I didn't realize that was Plunder. Maybe somebody else re-uploaded it. Yeah, but still, I don't know.
Care about this. All I want is her to be talked to, investigated, all the above.
Hold on.
Hi,
I'm
I'm
just looking
Loki,
at something.
and welcome to my channel. Your one-stop.
I think I'm trying to figure out where this originated because it's showing. I don't know if Plunder is the one that original got it. Because hold on, give me 1 second. How? Wow, I can't believe that there's so many people still talking about Chris Watt's case. Huh. Um. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, I'll play Zawoki's because he's comes in before. I'm supposed to do. I have to get back with him. He's been wanting to do a collab, and I never got back with him about Chris Watts. I just got to get in the mood to do a Chris Watts video. I haven't really talked about him in a while. All right.
Of a friend of hers that she went to. But looking at it over and over and over, it's hard to not say that that is not NK, and all different mannerisms that she is. She's looking around the room. She's canvassing everything. I don't necessarily believe that she is trying to hide from cameras like I've seen on some different Facebook forums and so forth. They're like, it looks like she's trying to.
Actually, her body isn't fat at all. Why her face looks so like her face looks like she gained so much weight, but if you look at her body, she's not. She's not big at all. I'm confused. Because her face looks so much fuller than what we're used to seeing. But look at her body. I mean, she may gain a little bit of weight, but her body, I mean, she's skinny, which is, I'm not making fun of like big face, but I'm just like, that's weird though. Like now it's making me think, is that her? Because why does she have such a bigger face than she used to? I thought she gained weight, but she's not really. Look.
Hard to not say that.
She's pretty skinny. Why is her face so big now?
That is not NK.
Huh. I don't know, guys.
All different.
Where do we see for sure whose funeral this is? Because you know me, I need to confirm it. Yes, I could hear it's Charlotte's mom's funeral, but where can I find for sure? Where I gotta figure out. Let's see what's Charlotte's. I gotta see. I have all this thing. I used to know Charlotte's last name. I could try to look it up to see, is this really her Charlotte's mom's funeral?
Mannerisms that she is. She's looking around the room. She's canvassing everything. I don't necessarily believe that she is trying to hide from cameras like I've seen on some different Facebook forums and so forth. They're like, it looks like she's trying to hide from the camera. I don't think she knows this camera is even watching what's going on, because this camera is probably watching the whole ceremony, and the person behind the camera was like, hey, there's people that know about this woman. I'm going to throw it up on camera. So he's probably going to get, or he or she or whoever this is might get in trouble. But this woman,
Oh.
I think without a doubt is NK. You can run, you cannot hide, but this woman is NK. I don't have any doubt of that. Again, I can't say that for facts because obvious reasons. But again, looking at this, I mean, if we bring it up even bigger for you guys to look at, let's play it again. Maybe. Hold on. Okay. Is it going to play? So a little bit more zoomed in. I'm telling you, that is definitely her. But again, like I said before, we don't care what she looks like now. We don't care where she lives. I mean, the woman has literally not changed. If you guys look at her, she's changed nothing. Her hair is the same. She's a little thicker, but I mean, myself, I'm a little bit thicker. I like food. Okay. I try to lose weight, but it's a little hard. Okay. When you like food, and nothing wrong with the dad bod. But she, in this instance, she never changed her appearance as what witness protection would do. She has not changed her name, as you guys can see in the thumbnail. She continues to date. She works from home. I mean, the list goes on, and the people wanted to sit there and say, oh, she's probably in a different country. She's still in Colorado. But again, we don't care about that. We care about her actually being talked to and investigated to prove either one, her innocence, which I highly doubt, or 2, prove her guiltiness, which, on my opinion, I like the second one. So you guys build your conclusion.
Look at them and you're like, I don't know if that's really her. This one I really believe is her due to the circumstances, due to the research I've done, but I'm not going to dox her. I'm not going to dox Nicole Kessinger. She looks different, but if you study her features, it really looks like her. Plus the circumstances. She's at a funeral, the funeral of one of her friends' moms. Now, I'm not going to dox her. I'm not going to say the state. I mean, she might not even live in this state where the funeral was held. Out west, that's all I will say. Because, I know some people are out there and they're really still angry with Nicole Kessinger. First of all, I've got to give thanks to Seeking the Truth with Dave. That's where I saw this video. And then, of course, I had to dig and dig and dig and find the funeral home, find the original video. I watched the entire funeral. I wanted to see the sightings of Nicole, the way she walked and everything. And of course, she rushes in eerily right before the casket is brought in. And of course, I'm doing slow-mo, I'm zooming in, I'm studying and everything. One thing I did notice, she was not wearing a wedding ring. I'm looking at every detail. Of course, that doesn't mean she's not married. She could be married. Some people just don't like to wear jewelry. And this funeral was held January 16th, 2025 at 2:45 p.m. until 3:50 p.m. So part of me is thinking, you know what? She's a pretty good friend. It's showing Nicole is a good friend to come out and support her friend and basically risk being seen. You never know how crazies are going to react. A lot of people don't trust Nicole Kessinger. Some people, it runs the gamut. Some people find her relatively innocent. Maybe they believe her story about Chris Watts pretending to be a man on his way to divorce, just being an innocent little woman who's thinking she's messing around with this man about to get divorced. That's about the most fair assessment I can say of Nicole. It runs the gamut to people where, maybe like me, a little bit in the middle, shady. We don't like her interviews. We don't find her very trustworthy. We didn't find her caring enough about Shanann Watts and her 3 children losing their lives at the hands of Chris Watts. So a lot of us who studied so much of her interviews, and I can link to those below, the whole playlist, well, the stuff that's still on YouTube, just of how shady Nicole was and just not empathetic enough. It feels like she just didn't care enough. I think that's what a lot of people feel. And there, of course, are other people way on the other end where they believe she gave Chris Watts an ultimatum. It's either Shanann or me. Or some people believe she was even there, had a hand in the crime. I don't go that far. Whereas I believe Nicole Kessinger may very well have given Chris Watts an ultimatum, and maybe in his sick mind, he took it as, I better get rid of my family and my wife, instead of just divorcing him.
I feel exactly how she does. That's what I've been saying I've looked through all of it different, and I have the same beliefs as what she's saying. Like, some people think this, but this is what I think what she's saying right now. I didn't realize she thought the same thing I did.
His wife, Shanann. I don't know. What do you think? I guess I'm going on the inside. I think it's good that she came out in public. I didn't hear Nicole Kessinger speak at all. I just see her rushing in, and maybe she's not aware of the camera at first. And she's rushing in and has a program in her hand. Her hair looks similar to me, and she has a purse in her right arm. And I just see no ring, and she's just walking and rushing. And then I only caught her, I believe, a little bit at the end, moving her hair out of her way, if that's really her. And maybe she's a little aware of the camera there, maybe not. I don't know, but my point is, whatever happened, whatever truly happened with Nicole Kessinger's role in that entire case, I feel she should be able to go out and not be bothered by anyone. Who knows what the truth is? The Lord knows, and vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And that's the way I feel. I take it, no matter a person's ire against someone else, or if they're thinking, oh, you did the worst and you got away with it. That doesn't mean anyone should engage in vigilante justice, take the law into their own hands. I understand with certain cases when there's some obvious, you see those cases where it's like a child is harmed and the parent goes in the courtroom and attacks the suspect. Part of me just can't blame that parent, but in this instance, it was just, there were so many questions. People think Nicole got away with stuff she shouldn't have. I don't know the truth. Only God knows the truth, and we have to leave room for God. I mean, even in the situation of like O.J. Simpson, whereas people thought he got away with murder and he tried to go back to Florida or go to Florida and live, and some people would hang out with him, some people wouldn't, and he got a lot of hate. I understand that. But I mean, at least Chris Watts is in prison. He's serving out all these life sentences. That's good. Nicole, should she be allowed to go on and live her life? Yes, I guess is the answer. I mean, there's one thing that's obvious that people are talking about. They're talking about Nicole's obvious weight gain. And believe me, I have no room to talk about anyone. My weight has been all over the place. So I know what it's like to gain weight. And especially if she's an emotional eater. And in a way, it's like a mask for her, in a way, even though she was still recognized and spotted, it's a mask of sorts. And I was thinking when Nicole and Chris, were in the heat of their affair and they were working out and Chris was losing weight. And remember, Nicole was a little bit chunkier in her older photos we saw, one with her dog. So she was a little bit heavier, not real heavy. And she had lost weight when she was with Chris. And that's kind of what they bonded over too, in a way, in a horrible way, just bonds of inequity. But they bonded over the eating and the macros and the working out. And I can show you, I can go through your macronutrients and all that stuff, Nicole used to say. And they bonded over that, being very fit and active. So now when she's left that behind, and I don't know if she's in a different state, I don't know where the heck she lives, which is good. Because again, I'm not doxing her. I'm not saying the name of the funeral or anything. The only thing that came out was the fact that this was Nicole's friend, obviously a good friend. It's the funeral of her friend's mom, I meant to clarify. This is the same friend who she met with on Friday, August 10th, 2018. Apparently, this friend, I'll just call her, her name is Danielle. I won't give the rest. Danielle had arrived in town to spend the weekend with Nicole. I remember it way back then because some people thought she was saying like Daniel, but she was saying Danielle, I do believe a woman's name. And then supposedly Nicole and Danielle had an evening out that Friday that ended with cocktails and taking an Uber home. So this is obviously a friend who is stuck with Nicole and she's stuck by their side. And at this point, yeah, I do believe she should be able to go out and about and it's almost been 7 years. I can't believe that. So it'll be 7 years this August since that horrible, horrible crime happened. And I do believe Nicole should be able to go out and get married, have children. I just hope in my heart of hearts that she feels regret and remorse. If for anything she lied about, how she claimed she didn't really know, Chris and Shanann were still together. And we saw all that where she was like searching for them, Googling them on their Facebook pages. There's no way she didn't know Shanann and Chris were still married and not necessarily on their way to divorce. Did she give Chris an ultimatum? I don't know. But again, with the weight gain, maybe she has not worked out as hard. Gaining the weight kind of gives her a different look. Maybe she's not readily recognizable. Maybe people at the funeral knew who she was. Maybe most of them didn't. I do believe she should be able to go on with her life, get married, be out and about without anyone harming her or screaming at her or stalking her or anything. It's just something I guess she'll have to live with, maybe being recognized. I don't know her new name. I didn't hear her speak at this funeral at all, but she did show up for her friend. And that's one thing that's a good thing. It's just, we don't know. We don't know Nicole's role in anything. And she'll just have to live the rest of her life out knowing what she knows. She knows inside anything she truly lied about, she knows that inside. And that's what she'll have to reconcile with God. It's not up to me or anyone else to, hold her accountable. We've looked into her history. A lot of people think she's gotten away with a lot of stuff. Is she in her own mental prison of sorts? Has she confessed her sins and just told the truth to God? At least I hope so. But I just did not expect to see her there. I do hope she's able to get out and live her life in an honest way with integrity, and I hope she's regretful of what she's been through and changed her ways. But not seeing a wedding ring, I'm wondering, will she ever get married now? And I'm trying to think of how old she probably is now.
It looks like Nicole will be turning 37 in a few months.
What do you mean rainbow colors? This is one of my old backgrounds I've used for a while. I like colors. I mean, I like tie-dyes too. I love tie-dyes. I don't understand where are you seeing rainbow colors? Because my hoodie is a bunch of colors? I'm confused here. I love tie-dyes. I wear a lot of tie-dyes too. But I don't see, where are you seeing rainbow colors? You're saying my coat's rainbow? I don't know. I guess, excuse me. I guess I don't get what the point of what you're saying. I love tie-dyes. Yeah, I probably wear tie-dyes 80% of the time. I have a tie-dye, but like colors, I love the colors. I don't know. I just put this background on. I've had this background for a while. I haven't used it for a while, but why am I confused about that comment? I know I always have bright colors or tie-dye. I don't know why I feel like you're insinuating something and like you're like, I don't know. I feel like that was like a negative comment for some reason. Tie-dye is rainbow. Yeah, tie-dye is like a specific type of dye, like how you do, clothes or you do it. I get that, but like tie-dye, I like tie-dye because I love the colors and I like all the colors, hence colors, colors. I know it is a weird comment. It's almost like I think I know what they're trying to hint at, but it's like I'm still the same person. And it's kind of messed up in a way. I don't know. Explain it then. Tell me what you mean. I don't mean to call you out, but that I'm not the only one that kind of took that as kind of an insult. I know. I think it was meant to be rude, but can you explain it? Because maybe I'm misunderstanding you. Okay, so thanks, growing up. I've always wore like bright. Yeah, you guys know, pretty much the same styles I've always been. Okay, so yeah, interesting. Now that I see that Plunder did the research, I trust her because she's like me, where she's gonna go make sure that it's correct. So she went and found the freaking everything. She confirmed it. So I trusted it's her. But see, that's what I like to do. Like I don't just take somebody popping up a video and saying it's it. I want to go confirm, like, okay, there's a lot of people that say a lot of crap online. I want to go confirm that that's what it is. A lot of clickbait. My mom, I was trying to give her like so she's like, that's what clickbait is? Because she was getting so mad. She's like, I don't understand. She watches YouTube all the time, but like she watches her religious stuff and conspiracy. She likes a lot of conspiracy stuff. But she's like, I don't understand. These channels, like the other day, she's like, it was I click on it and then I wait for the thing to say and it's not there. It's like, well, why did they say that? Am I missing something? Am I clicking on the wrong thing? I don't understand. I'm like, Mom, that's called clickbait. And I was explaining, she's like, that's what clickbait is? I'm like, yeah, it's actually against YouTube policy. If you look at it's in their policy, like you can't put a title. So that's why you could report people for clickbaiting, because if you have a title up and if it's a complete lie, it's one thing if you exaggerate or you are like kind of come like a little creative with your titles. Like for instance, sometimes my lies have so much in it, so sometimes I just pick one thing in it. But my title, it always has at least one thing, like it's in my video. The title's always something that's in the video, or it'll be a question that I'm pondering in the video or something. But people will flat out lie. They'll be like, Johnny Depp, that had a ton of lies. Johnny Depp's lawyer fired, big argument. And then they have like these fake AI like things where it's like, yelling. And it's a complete freaking lie. That's against policy. You need to report that crap. That makes me so mad because it makes so many people click on it and it's a lie. They're waiting to see that and it's not there. I hate that crap. Oh, I don't know why I just got into all that, but people do it and it is in the policy somewhere. I've seen it like in YouTube where you can't have a title or a thumbnail. It has to be like a part of what it's about. I forget how they worded it, but you can't do that. It's, you know what I'm saying? You can get in trouble for that, which I'm glad, but they don't, if nobody reports it, you're not going to get in trouble unless somebody reports it. And then still you might not, I don't know. They're so busy with everything that I don't know. I think that should be automatic. Like, I don't know. I mean, no, I don't think you should lose your channel, but you should have to, I don't know. It just sucks because it's making people take like clicks away from other people that have really good content because they're thinking they're going to get something like crazy that's like anybody's going to click on some of this stuff because it's like, whoa, what? And then they waste their time watching the whole video and it never comes. Hate it. Johnny Depp's trial had so much. Oh my God. That one drove me nuts with all the clickbait people. Let's don't get petty and childish. If you are watching this, you are an adult. Wait, what's going on? Who's that to? I see all negative Nancy's by. What? But how can't, like, I don't understand, like, my hoodie, because I'm not wearing a tie-dye, then that means like, oh, I thought you liked tie-dye. You can't wear a hoodie like that. It is kind of like, I don't know. I did kind of get offended a little bit, but that's why I asked you to explain it. So that means I have to just wear tie-dyes or like dark colors. Wouldn't it make more sense if I like bright color tie-dyes that I'm not going to wear a tie-dye every single time, that I would probably wear something with like all the colors in it? I don't know. I did take offense a little bit, but okay. If you didn't mean it like that, then if you didn't mean it like an insult, that's okay. I'm still trying to figure out what you meant by it, but I guess I'll never know. Yeah, I know, because I do like tie-dye, like the colors of tie-dye usually are a lot of the colors in the rainbow. Because I usually do wear the brighter tie-dyes. Tie-dye is not necessarily all the colors. It's just the type of how you like make it. You know what I'm saying? So tie-dyes can be just like two colors or two different shades of colors or whatever. But I tend to wear all the different color bright ones a lot. So it's like, if you know me, this is like a tie-dye colors that I would wear, you know? So I don't know. I mean, I like the other ones too, but I do wear a lot of all of them together with the brightness. Anyway, okay, so God, we keep getting sidetracked, which is fun. I'm glad I watched this because the short that came up was just some random short. It wasn't Plunder. It wasn't Zawaki or whatever. It was just some random short that popped up in my shorts feed. And I thought it was, it was nobody I heard of. And I didn't just like, it's just like, how do I trust this person? So I'm glad I got to watch Plunder. All right. So, I mean, I'm glad I got to confirm that I trust that she did the research behind it. So, I guess okay. But I'm like her. I don't think, and I know I know a lot of people disagree, and that's fine. But I've went back and forth, and I've looked into her, and I've looked into all like so many hours of seeing like, was she there? Was she there? And I don't think she killed anybody. I think it was a more of an ultimatum type thing. Just like she said, I think it was more like whether she meant it or not. I think Chris took it that way. So whether she really meant you have to kill your family, I think Chris took it that way. So I don't know what she meant, but it's like almost like you either choose you choose me or your family, So I think Chris took it like, oh, I got to get rid of my family, or she could have said something like get rid of your family or something, and he may have took it like he thought she meant kill my family when she just meant no, like get rid of them, like be with me, or who knows, maybe she did kind of hint that, and she was meaning that to see if he would like bite on that. Who knows? But I just don't think she was there and killed anybody. Now I know he's like insinuating it now in letters and in that book and stuff, and he is insinuating it, but that guy's trash. He basically is he has changed his little story around to fit whoever he wants to sell a story to, whoever he wants to like, oh, this person wants me to say this, so I'm going to say this. Oh, I could get attention this way, and this person wants me to say it this way, I'll say it this way. His word means nothing now. So I don't care what he says in 10 years from now, 1 year from now, 5 years from now, he's a freaking liar. And every time he talks now, he becomes less and less believable. So I don't care if he has a specific story now that NK did it. You're going to believe him? Because in 5 years, and then he's going to say Shanann did it again. And then he's going to say some ghost did it or something, he's a freaking liar. So we're never going to know. And just, it sucks because we won't ever know because we can't believe him. And Kay's not going to come out and confess to, what happened. Well, it's going to be one of those things that you're going to have a lot of people wondering. And I think it was all Chris. Whether she kind of put that little into his head where I don't know if she meant that. Like, even if she did say that, did she mean kill him? I think Chris could have just misunderstood because he's just, I don't know. Oh, thanks. Oh, what is going on in chat? But being sugar is the point, like, so I have to wear all tie-dyed? I'm saying I like colors though. So it's the point. Tie-dyed is a certain way how it's made, right? It's like, so yeah, I love the colors. So it's like, how isn't this comparable? I know it's not tie-dye, but it's pretty. I mean, it's all the colors and stuff. So I'm just saying, like, so because I don't wear tie-dye every single video, like this would be pretty like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You like all the colors, so that makes sense. You're wearing colorful stuff. I don't know. I love this hoodie. I don't look at it like, oh, that's rainbow. I look at it like, oh, it's a colorful hoodie. It's got some, I don't know. Rainbow is all the colors. I like all the colors in my tie-dyes and my clothes and my backgrounds. Call it rainbow, call it whatever you want. I like it all. Because it's in the stripes. Is that the issue? You can make tie-dyes like kind of like I'm not even gonna sit here and do this. This is silly. It really is silly. I like colors. I like tie-dye. I like colorful stuff. No biggie. It's not a conspiracy. Okay, so what do you guys want to watch next? Oh, thanks, Susan. Yeah, I like bright ones. I mean, sometimes I'll wear like the, two color tie dyes that are like more like tame, but like most of the time I'm wearing the bright tie dyes. Look, this is kind of stripy, but I don't know. I almost like some people call it tie dye dog. It's not, it's because it's not like actual tie dye, but it's got stripes. People love it because I like colors and I always have. Look, it's so soft. It's just so pretty. I just love the colors. I like all colors. I don't know. They're just, look, I like brightness and it's no conspiracy. It doesn't mean any. It's just, I don't know. I like colors. Oh, keep it right here. So does Gia. Gia's like, I like all the colors. She's just an innocent girl. She just likes colors because they look pretty. Same way I do. Anyway, oh, I got Gia because she loves mermaids. Sarah showed me like how you could have like they have those mermaid tails for adults and kids. Well, she loves mermaids. She's only 5. So I got her like the one, all the colors, these colors, all the colors of the rainbow. Because she likes all the colors of the rainbow. And I got her like the all color, and it's like a mermaid, and you put the fin in it, and the bathing suit almost matches it. It's like the scales with all the colors. It looks like a mermaid, and you actually get the fin. And there's like videos like where you could swim like a mermaid. So I'm giving it to her for Easter. Hold on, I'll show you. Hold on, guys, because this is just a fun live. Hold on. So Sarah's the one that showed me this. I had no idea that they had this, okay? Okay. So, because she loves mermaids, her birthday party was mermaid based. Her last birthday party. So, it's so cool. So you guys got to go watch videos of it and it makes more sense. You could swim like a mermaid. It's so cute. It's cute for a little kid. Okay. So you put this fin, okay, it stretches around the thing. You put your feet in it, but it actually goes in this tail. It fits in this tail, and you could swim in it. And this fits. You stretch it around, and then hold on, the bathing suit that goes under it, because this only goes up to like the waist, and then I got her a bathing suit that matches. Little mermaid. Isn't that cute? And then the bottoms are the same. Because she loves the colors, and that's why she always looks at mine. She's like, I like all the colors. I'm like, what's your favorite color? I don't have a favorite color. I like them all. She's gonna be like me. It's cute. And I got her a pair of tie-dye Crocs because I have a pair, which are like all the bright colors, like this type of a thing. And I got her a pair. She loved them. That was like 2 Christmases ago. Not this past Christmas, but the last Christmas. But so she loves all the colors like her aunt. And no, and it's not about what you're thinking, whoever's thinking it. It's just about colors. I'm not big on, like trying to push any agenda or anything. I'm so against that. It's just for the beauty of the colors, and it stretches over. Really is for the colors. It's all it is. I've always liked the colors. My whole life, just like patches, like I don't know, even my patchwork stuff. That's all it is. No conspiracy or anything. Just where did that tail go? Wait, where's the bag for the? Oh, here it is. And I got her a pair of water shoes. Now, obviously, she's not going to be able to wear them with this because you can't wear shoes with it. But I just got them just so she can wear it around. I'll show you those real quick. Hold on. They're mermaid water shoes. They're cute. Look like little mermaids. Look, little mermaid shoes for like water, to walk, in the water. Isn't that cute? Do you think it's cute? Go look up mermaid. It's called. There's a thing called mermaid, and like Sarah showed me. I had no idea. Even adults do it, but I mean, it's so cute for kids where they're in water and they could be little mermaids. Like they could just like they're watching Little Mermaid and they could just swim like a little mermaid. And it's kind of cool because it's a fin, so it will make you swim. Like you have to swim different because you like to learn how to swim with it. But I mean, it would make you swim fast because it has the fin. That fin is like good quality. It makes, like a fish. And so if you learn how to move your legs like that, she'll probably have to learn and she could swim around. She looks like a little mermaid. Look up some videos. They're cute. All right, let me put this away real quick. So I'm excited to give it to her. See her. Yeah. What do you guys think? I know it's not for the outfit. Like that's gonna just be. She could just wear those around. The shoes don't go with the tail. It's just separate. So if she wants to just wear the shoes around, and then the tail will be something different. Yeah, that's what I would think. I'm good on that. Oh, Amanda, what's up? Yeah, how are you? I've tried to. Well, I guess it's been a while, but I texted a while ago. And I know you get busy, but I was hoping that you would just pop in and we'd just pick up from where we left off. I was hoping you were okay. I did get worried a little bit, but I figured, you know what? She's probably busy. She'll pop in. So I'm glad to see you. How are you? I would be scared. I'm not a good swimmer. I mean, I learned how to swim when I was younger, but like as an adult, I'm not big on swimming. Like, I don't know. I don't like water anymore. So, I wouldn't be comfortable trying to swim in it, but I mean, there's adults use it. She was showing me all these videos. It's like, whoa, it's pretty cool because It does look like a mermaid because the way you put your feet in it and move the tail, it almost looks real. Like when you're in the water and you see it moving and then it like flips up. I swear they look real. It's weird because your feet are in it and it makes it look real. It's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, go look up videos. It's like mermaiden, or if you just put in mermaids, I'm sure some will come up. Yes. Oh, you probably haven't been. This is my new studio. The only thing I love my studio, but you know how other people will have like the straight on angle where it looks like a little bit better and you can see more of it. I can't do it that way because of my setup, because my channel is a lot to do with like sharing my screen and having like being able to do the research. So I have these two huge like monitors. I have nowhere to put like a camera to just come straight at me. There's nowhere there would be nowhere to put it. It would have to be way over here off to the side, and I want it like more straight on. So it has to be up on my monitor. So it's like this weird angle. That's the only thing I feel like. Does it look professional? I don't know. Not professional. I don't want to look professional, but does it look like good? Because the angle, I mean, it's not ideal. Like I was really wanting it to be able to come straight on. So like I could have like more background, like, like kind of have more background and some shelves or something more, but just with my setup, it has to be this way. Oh, well, I mean, it works. Have you seen it since I got my YouTube plaque, Amanda? I got this. I'm going to try to switch these up a little bit. Like this was just temporary. Or I want to like switch it. Oh, she made me this, my Gia. My niece, I put it up there because she made it. I put it up the day she made it. But I have like this is a little temperature thing. It's supposed to tell the temperature. I still don't understand how it works. Oh yeah, I do. Wait. It has the temperatures and it's supposed to be, I think, the last one, so 72. That makes sense. It tells like the temperature somehow. Each one has a temperature on it. My dad got it for me. You can't really see a lot of the stuff that I have. That's the only problem, but hey, it works. Anyway, yeah, I missed you too, Amanda. I'm glad to see you. Oh, thanks, Susan. Yeah. Yeah, I got that. That's the 100,000 plaque that you get, the first one you get. I had it for like a couple months before I had this studio ready. But it wasn't ready, so I didn't put it up until it was ready. Mute. I'm on mute. How long have I been on mute? How long? Wait. I didn't touch the mute button. See? I didn't take a sip of anything. How did that mute button get touched? Probably when I put the thing down. That's weird. Hold on. I'm gonna mute it because I want to see when it went on mute. Hold on 1 second. Oh, when I was cleaning off, when I said I got the new mic, I touched it and it went on mute. I just went to see what happened because I knew I didn't drink anything. I didn't purposely put it on mute. When I was showing Amanda, I was like, look at my new mic. And I pulled it up and I wiped off. I was just like brushing it. I freaking put it on mute. That's what it was. Anyway, I had to test it. It was driving me nuts. I don't know how long it was. Hold on, let me see. Let me see. Oh, I was saying, I can know what? Oh, that's so funny. I could watch myself and I could tell you what you missed. So I was saying, got a whole new desk and I put it together myself. Then I said, I got a new computer. I was telling Amanda, I got a new computer. I was talking about my chair that I got. Wait. Yeah, it's storming. Anyway, I know we do. I was saying, if you could help me figure out how to do that, I need to figure out a way. Soul wants a tail. Soul, you want me to get you a mermaid tail? Do you swim a lot? Sorry, I just had to figure out where that came from. So it's very sensitive. Like just one little. Oh. It's not like how do I accidentally do that? I was trying to do it quick and it wasn't doing it. I don't know. Anyway, Soul, would you really use it? Oh, I know. Yeah, it isn't. You're right. Not as much once in a while, but not as much. It might be because I have everything new. Like my old monitor, these aren't all my new, like my old computer monitor and everything's still over here. I got new monitors. I got a new computer, a new desk, same lights. I just brought the lights over here. And I got two new chairs because I was only wanting one. And then because the one was making a noise, I got this one. I gave my nephew my old red chair. But that's about it. I don't know if we're gonna hit up. If I'm gonna get to Karen Read today, I should take her out of the picture. I am anxious though to finish watching that documentary. There's a series. Oh, so you could get it on Amazon Prime. You have to pay $2.99 per episode. I think there's only 6 episodes. Or if you have Discovery, it's on Discovery. But if you don't have Discovery, you get paid $2.99. We're so good so far. Like I realized I never heard Karen Read talk. So, like, my whole perception of her is just her face and seeing her, like, never even seen her open her mouth. Well, this documentary series, she talks a lot, and it's like I'm like, "Whoa." Like, you know how you perceive somebody a certain way, and then you see them actually talk, and you're like, "Oh my god, wait, okay." Like, I guess, like, you perceive them totally different. It's just weird because, like, for years, I've been seeing her face and walking and in court, but then for, years to see that and then now see her talk for the first time and not even realizing I never seen or heard her talk. It was kinda crazy. I was like, "Whoa." She's actually not as unlikable as I thought. Like, looking at her face, I'm like, "Dude, she's so unlikable." Like, I think she's totally innocent, but, like, she didn't come across as very likable. If you just see her face, she's just has a mean, like, she just doesn't have a very, like, likable face. Like, just it almost comes across as she's, like, stuck up or she's just a jerk or whatever. But when you hear her talking and seeing her talking, she didn't come across that way talking. She actually is likable. I like her. Now that I'm watching that documentary, I'm like, "Oh, wow, she's not unlikable at all when you hear her talk." Um, but she starts off by saying, like, this is her testimony since she can't testify at the trial because, she could, but, like, her attorneys are, of course, it's not a good idea. So she's basically saying this documentary is like my testimony since I can't do it at trial. This is so you guys could, like, hear what I want to say. And it's pretty good so far. You guys should check it out. If you're following the case, you guys should watch it. Yes, it's sensitive to touch. Yep. Well, here's the thing. You could turn on the feature on the software where it doesn't mute with you touching it, but then that would be annoying because I do need to mute it sometimes. So if I'd have to go into my software, mute it and unmute it every time, I feel like that would just be annoying. I do want to mute it when I take a sip, and you know what I'm saying? I do still need to have access to mute. And I think it'd be so annoying to have to go into my software every time to mute it, but it does have that option, but I don't think I want to do that option. Where, like, you turn off the mute on the touch, so it's just you have to go into this program to mute it. I'm not gonna do that. But I wish if anybody could come up with a thing where somehow you connect this to, like, a sound. I don't know, I gotta look into it. So, like, when I'm on mute, it makes a sound. Because I don't anytime I'm on mute, it'll just be to, like, take a sip or something, and then the noise will go off until I unmute it back, and then I don't know. I don't know, guys. How many people put a 1 if you've watched the series, put a 2 if you haven't. This Karen Read. I'm curious if anybody's seen it. So put a 1. Remember, 1 is always yes when I do 1 and 2. So 1 if you've seen the Karen Read series or any of the series that's out on Discovery, and 2 if no. Has anybody seen it? It's just me. What do you think of it? Did it change your perception of Karen? I'm only on the second episode, so I want to. I think I'm going to watch the rest tonight, or I'm going to watch more of it tonight when I lay in bed. But has it changed you, or like what you felt? I've thought I think she's innocent, but I thought she just was like, man, she's so unlikable, but she's not really unlikable at all. She should maybe testify. I don't know. Maybe she should because I don't know. It might actually. I don't know. It's usually not a good idea though. For some reason, it's almost like it's a good idea if it's like you have nothing to lose type, like where it's like it's so bad where it can only help type thing. I feel like, but nobody else answered. So only a few people. I want to do the trial because I missed the trial the first time. You guys, so not many people are into the Karen Read. It really is interesting. I mean, like, it's one of those things that, like, either you think she did it, which is interesting because a lot of people don't, and the freaking it's not one of those cut and dry cases. It's like, I don't think she did. So if you don't think she did, it's like this big cover up of like corruption and like planted stuff, people lying, that law enforcement, I guess there's nothing new to that, but this is like a big time since the victim was a cop, you know? So it's really interesting. The FBI was investigating it. She already had one trial, like just all the little shadiness that was happening. I don't think she did it at all. I mean, I can't even believe they're retrying her. I thought for sure they just, I don't know. It's just like, I feel like it's really evident that like, I think it's pretty evident she didn't do it, but she has to go through another freaking trial. Yeah. Yeah, I recommend it. Like I said, I only got 2 of them watched, but I was just like, I like her actually. I'm like, wow, I like her. She seems really cool. And before that, I'm telling you, I always said like, man, she's just so unlikable. And even his friends, they say like everybody loved her. So it's like now, like you look at it and you're thinking like, God, all his friends probably hated her. She's so unlikable. Like just like she has that unlikableness. But like on the documentary, they say all of her, what's his name? Oh my God. It's on the tip of my tongue. Her boyfriend said all of his friends, like everybody loved her. They loved them together. Nobody thought they thought they were great together. They loved her. They said she was so likable because she really is. It's just when she doesn't talk, she doesn't look like it. But when she talks, she is. I think she is. I don't know. You guys could maybe you would disagree even watching it, but I mean, there's a few things that like I could see like they were getting on her about where like when they were arresting her the second time, she was like in her boxers with no underwear, like a really like a short pair of boxers. She had no underwear on, she had slippers. And I could see how this looked bad where she said something like they put her in handcuffs and she's like again like she already arrested her, they let her go, and then now they arrest her again and she's like, can I at least put some underwear on? Can I get out of my pajamas? Can I have slippers on? She's like the news. So what she said something like, I'm going to look like this is the way I'm going to look on the news. Like the news is going to be here. Like, so then you hear one of that jerk investigator that got fired says something like, see what it like looks, all she cares about is what the news is going to think. And, like she doesn't care about anything else or whatever. So, I mean, it's things like that, but I mean, she didn't have no underwear like in these shorts. I could see the concern. I mean, because it's one thing if you're just going to jail, but if like there's going to be cameras and stuff, it might not have been necessarily like to look good, but just not to look horrible like on camera. I don't know. So I mean, I could see little things, but I just think she's more likable talking than not. What else then? Now, like I said, since I didn't watch the first trial, I do see that they said like some of the ones against her were saying like how they were showing clips where like she would walk out after like like a day of trial and she's like, is she smiling and like what was it? Was she like shaking people's hands or something where they're like she comes out of the trial and it's like I don't know. I don't know enough about it to judge, I guess, but I do want to watch it this time. Um John O'Keefe. Thank you. I couldn't think for a minute. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah, she does. Um Yeah, it's really interesting like they did. I mean, they did some shady crap. They tried to like I guess hide like they tried to destroy all the cell phones and just try to destroy evidence. The whole what was the thing with the camera where they like flipped it around to make it look like like to basically kind of confuse the jury on like which side the headlight or whatever, the tail light or whatever it was on. Um, it's just, I don't know. I think it's a cover up, shady crap. What I can't decide, was it something planned or was it some kind of accident that happened and then they covered it up? But then the thing I don't understand is if it was an accident, she says she told him to go in to see, they went to the bar drinking and then they went to, it was another, cop or detective or whatever. It was the Albert, or begins with an A, the last name. Forgive me, I don't know all the very specifics of like names on some people, but I am going to learn it as I'm watching this documentary. I didn't watch the first trial, so I'm going to learn. But it was a house that they were going to. It's all like cops and stuff. So they went, and she said when they pulled up, it didn't look like there was anything there. It's like, they thought it, she's like, I thought it would be like, look like there'd be cars we recognize, lights, there would just be more going on. She said, so when she pulls up, she asks Sean, hey, go in and see if we're welcome first, because I don't want to, like, she felt stupid just walking in, go in and see if we're welcome. Like, doesn't look like anything's going on here. So he went in. This is what she's saying on the documentary, at least. She says he went in and she's sitting there waiting. He doesn't come back out. She's like 5 minutes past. She's like, or she says she calls him. She's like, I don't want to text. I called him because I could get a, quicker response. So she calls him. He doesn't answer. So that's the only thing. If it's an accident, that an accident wouldn't happen right when he walked in, right? So if it was an accident, why wouldn't he have called her, like answer the phone and be like, yeah, honey, come on, or like went back out and like, come on, yeah, we're welcome, come in. So then was it something planned that he walked into and it was like a planned thing that they were going to kill him for some reason? I don't know, but that's almost harder to sell because it's like, what's the motive? Now, an accident is understandable. These freaking crooked cops, something happens and it was an accident and then they cover it up. I could see that. But then was he just so drunk that and maybe they were fighting or something? She said they weren't fighting. So I don't know. Well, she didn't say they weren't fighting, but when she described the story, it didn't sound like they were fighting. It sounded like she said, go in and check it out and then let me know. Now they keep playing this call, which I think it's from that night. Like they'll play it. I got to figure out. I'm pretty sure it's probably from that night where she's like, F you. And she's like yelling at him on a voicemail. So I don't know, were they fighting that night or was she mad because he didn't come back out? I don't know. But you would think he would have came back out and then, or did he just go in? He's drunk. He forgot, left her out there. And then there was an accident. I don't know. It's weird. That's why it's interesting. Cause it's like, what the heck happened? And then the injuries do not look like he got hit by a car. I'm sorry. It looks like a dog bite, like they said. But then they said they wouldn't, something about not letting the dog bite expert or something. They didn't let that in or something, maybe. I don't know, guys, but I think I am. I don't know if I'm going to live stream the trial because it's probably going to be really long and there's so many channels that are going to do it, but I am going to watch it and probably cover highlights. I want to. I regretted not doing the first round. I don't want to regret it again because everybody would come in and talk about it and I didn't watch it. So I was like, shoot. So I was like, I'm not going to miss it this next time. I mean, I could show you here. Let's watch something real quick. We'll watch couple videos, and then I think I'm going to go watch the documentary. They're just doing jury selection right now. But let's see if there's something interesting. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. All right, we'll watch something. I don't know. This is for jury selection here. They were walking out of court after jury selection. Let's see. Those are her lawyers.
Alan, you want to talk about Red Sox?
Dude, that just shook the house. Holy crap. That thunder was like, it shook, like, I know you guys didn't see it, but I felt it shake the house. It was weird because I couldn't hear it because I had my headphones and this loudness, but I just felt the house shake. Wow. Anyway, sorry. That was scary. That was kind of weird.
Red Sox opening day.
Oh my God.
You're happy about the Red Sox?
Why aren't you guys there?
I wish.
Anybody got a score?
Did they win? Yeah. They do? I think so.
Good.
Have
Why
you?
is that at the Supreme Court? What went into that decision? I was acquitted on 2 charges.
How do you feel about your chances at the U.S. Supreme Court?
I have no idea how this process works, but I trust in
Walker.
Marty Weinberg, so I feel good about anything Marty does.
And thoughts on the jurors who've been selected so far?
I trust they'll all do the right thing. Be objective.
They consult with you, don't they, Karen? They seem to huddle up.
They might not have a choice.
You get the final say?
No, it's all collaborative. It's all
Are you using your
collaborative.
gut to make some of the decisions?
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. Thank you. Have a nice
Thank
weekend.
you, guys.
All right, let's see if we find anything else here. Oh, what's this? Oh, there's an interview, huh?
Since this legal saga began.
Since the legal saga began, trial was every bit of 10 weeks and then a week or so leading up to it. So that's 100 days, 90 plus days. And then every hearing at least one day. And that's just not having a license and being out in the suburbs. Now I don't have my house anymore. So I'm always in transition of where I'm staying. So, and when Alan and Liza come in and now Bob, and if it's one of our experts, time is of the essence. And I like to be involved in everything. So I certainly don't want my legal team convening and I'm not there. You miss one day of this case on this legal team and you're behind. We just got a discovery dump today. This tends to happen right before a hearing. We get discovery. I wonder if part of that is preempting us saying in court in an open forum that we're still waiting on this, and this. So then we get it. And then we haven't had time to really distill it before we're back in court, but we just got a dump today. And it's nice because the lawyers are coming in and we're kind of all combing through it. We'll sit down tonight and go through it. We'll have time again tomorrow to go through it. So staying with them helps foster this logistically.
During this time when there is no trial, we see you in court once every 3 months. But what's going on when we're not seeing you? This is it, right?
This is it. I work on the case every day. From when I wake up, I'll take a few breaks. I'll have dinner with friends or with my family or both. But the hearing those are easy days. I mean, they're easy for me. I don't have to do anything, but it's all the days in between. Now this is the second trial. So for any given witness, there's the initial police reports, or in some cases, no police reports. We've got the state grand jury, then we've had a federal grand jury, and now a trial, and then any interim police reports that involve some of these witnesses. So it's layers of statements, and the inconsistencies are just seemingly endless. So there's always work to do, and it's like finding a needle in a haystack, that the report may look at a first glance to read the same, but then you read it 2 or 3 times and it starts to sink in. You know, we were just looking at a police report, my father and I, a couple mornings ago, an early police report from January 29th by Michael Lank with the Canton PD. And I've read this so many times that I don't know if I've become desensitized to it, but he says to Matt McCabe when he goes into 34 Fairview, if John got in a fight the night before. And I always read that as if...
And that's documented?
That's documented in the Canton police report from that day, 3 years ago, nearly to the hour. to right now. But now that I read it, I'm like, of course he's being asked if he knew of John getting into a fisticuffs, because John looks like he was.
Right.
And those are things that I read in the moment when I was arrested and then arraigned on February 2nd. And I don't quite know the contours of what I'm dealing with. I first think that this is just mistaken. I was hysterical, I was drinking, and they've just got the wrong person. And then piece by piece it came together. Like they got the right person. I'm the wrong person, but for them, I was the right person. Now, 3 years later, looking at a police report that I got on February, actually David came and brought it to the holding cell at the Stoughton District Courthouse on February 2nd, right before I was arraigned. You see something every time that you just can't see without repetition. Your eyes like preempt what you're gonna, what the next word is, what the next sentence, and it doesn't have the same meaning to you today on January 29th, 2025 that it did in 2022.
So are you going through all the police reports that you've looked at prior and all the statements? You're going through everything again?
You got to go through everything again, because every time you get something new, it's not what is this on its face. In my case, it's what's changed. What are they saying now versus what did they say 6 months ago, 12, 18 months ago? So you're always doing, I mean, I've got some things in a spreadsheet, that's how my mind has always worked, but some things you just have to read. You've got to go through the court minutes, go through the transcripts. But a police report today, we'll read something. Liza and I were on the phone on the way up here, and it's, wait a minute, what did this witness say, or what did this responding officer say back on February 10th, 2022? Well, now he's saying this. So you've got to always compare and see what's changed.
Do you feel like you've gotten more astute doing this now for 3 years?
I feel I understand now how it's I understand better how it's going to play in court. I think of things I was texting David constantly in the early days of this. I'd find something and I think, well, can't we go talk to this person? And they'll say it didn't happen that way. And now I know better how tough it is to get, especially in my case, how tough it is to get something admitted. Even going into trial with my seasoned attorneys, there were things we thought we could show, like an exhibit, for example, like one witness, Christina Hanley, the key part of her forensic report at the MSP lab, and she's just a scientist, a civilian, but the glass on the bumper that was photographed on the bumper does not match the cocktail glass, So that means it's from another piece of glass. So that had to have been two breaking events. There's the glass that was found around John's body, the base, I think it was Lank that pulled it out with his gloves on, or maybe it was Buchnick, the base of the cocktail glass. That is scientifically proven by the state police, Christina Hanley, not to be the glass that was on the bumper.
But I think the jury was left in the first trial with the impression that it was the glass.
Yes, because it's so confusing. Nothing's referred to as the cocktail glass or the bumper glass or the lawn glass. It's 7-1 item 5 or item A, or 7-12 items A, B, C, D, and E. And then there's more glass found by Proctor, and that's 7-13 item A. And when you have the scientist who, my guess is worried that we're trying to impeach her when we're in fact not, we just want her to present the report. And this is, I don't know when she testified, but it's mid-trial, it's 2 p.m, it's 80 degrees outside, and you see jurors' eyes glass over, and I know what's coming. I know what that report is, and it doesn't come out cleanly. So we were thinking going into trial, we could summarize what she was saying using her own acronyms and abbreviations. Here's 7-12, here's 7-13, no match, something like that. And that exhibit was denied. So we were learning on the fly things we
Not
thought.
having it sidebar, correct? Because I don't remember.
It happened at sidebar.
Okay. So this is a very familiar spot in Boston for you. This is your old life.
This is my old life that I go by probably once a week. I took the train in and out of South Station every day to where I lived in Mansfield. And I'd come out the back, and this is where I worked for 15 years, Fidelity at 245 Summer Street. And
Equity analyst was your title.
I was equity research. My role was a sector specialist, and it was in this building at 245.
Do you still stay in contact with any of the people you work
I
with?
do. I would say about half of my donations have come from former colleagues at Fidelity. Half of what you're aware of that you can see has come from former Fidelity colleagues. So it's funny, Ted. I was sent home from Fidelity from that building, I want to say the second week in February 2020, the pandemic. And I remember talking to someone on the subway. I took like a 2 p.m. train back to Mansfield. And I was talking to someone else who had been sent home from a job, a different facility.
Because of COVID.
Because of COVID. And we were saying, well, we'll be back in a week, right? 2 weeks. Little did I know, I'd reconnect with someone I had dated nearly 20 years earlier in 2004. I'd be working from home for 2 years, and then he would be tragically killed, murdered. And I've been framed for it. And I never would set foot in that building again. So it was a pandemic. And then I was suspended from Fidelity officially as soon as I was indicted.
Is that their policy?
I would think so. I would think so, that it means there's been some due process.
Is there hard feelings about that? Or could you even have kept your job even if you wanted to?
I would not be capable of having that responsibility to shareholders and trying to save my own life. I was bitter at first, but I understand it. I just had such strong, tender feelings and I still do, for Fidelity. I would have stayed there forever. I was very happy there. But as former coworkers have reached out, have donated incredibly generously, I feel like, all right, it's the company is the people, and they've been there for me. And
do you miss that?
I miss working every day. I miss just being ordinary and not feeling like people are looking at me everywhere I go.
Does that happen?
It does. I don't know that everyone is, but I know people approach me everywhere I go, and I have to imagine there's people who aren't approaching me that recognize me. But I've come to terms with the fact, Ted, that this is what my purpose is in my life. It wasn't working at Fidelity. It wasn't teaching a night class at Bentley. Those jobs are replaceable. Someone else is doing the job. Someone else is teaching. Someone else is the dean at Bentley now that my father's gone. And we're here to shed light on the corruption that exists in this state. And I feel humbled by it in some ways. It's a nightmare, and I wish it never happened. But I also feel that I can handle this, and I don't feel weaker. As it goes, I feel stronger. And the public support is the restoration of my reputation, which was a big loss, has re-energized me, has energized me, rejuvenated me. But this is what I'm here for. And I get messages constantly mainly from people I've never met and from people that are suffering. And it's a lot of women that have either had like a physical loss of a spouse or a child, or an illness similar to mine, or with a colostomy bag, or have been the victim of police harassment, or some type of unfairness with the criminal justice system. And there's a lot of suffering in this world. Mine is just very visible, but I do feel honored isn't the right word, but I'm humbled by it. And I feel like this is your purpose. And a lot of people have purposes thrust on them that they didn't really want.
So people will stop you on these streets. What do they say to you?
A lot of times, so I just went to the cobbler to get shoes that I'm going to wear to court this week that I wore out during trial. And the cobbler on Tremont Street and someone in the shop said to me, just very respectfully, hang in there. And a lot of people are pulling for you. I hear that probably the most, if I could generalize the sentiment. We're pulling for you, hang in there. I was walking through the Common when the weather was warmer in the fall with an old friend from Fidelity. And someone just was running, some guy maybe about 25, 30 years old, running through the Common. And he waited until he passed me. And this was about 5 o'clock. There were people everywhere. And he just yelled, "Free Karen Read." People will yell that in a busy area. But it's constant. And it's heartwarming to me that this is my old stomping grounds. I used to live here in the building on the other side of this park lane. That was my first apartment. I met my best girlfriend there, and then I started working at Fidelity.
Were you in your 20s when you all
I
started?
was in my 20s when I started at Fidelity. I'd been somewhere before that, but this area is comfortable to me. And there was a year that was kind of in hibernation where the general public did not know the truth of what had happened.
Right.
So I didn't know when I went out, what are people thinking? I would go check my mail or bring my garbage barrels in at night. I'd wait until nighttime, and then I'd go out to the street on Gilbert Street where I used to live in Mansfield, and I just didn't want anyone looking at me or wondering or judging. And now I can only go out when I have energy and I'm ready to engage and I'm receptive to it. I mean, if we're having a rough day with the case or something personal, I can't just go out and be anonymous and just sit and.
Because someone will approach you.
Someone will approach, but it always feels good.
Yep.
And it makes me think, all right, these are common people. These are the jurors.
Yep.
And I've had one experience with someone saying something negative to me, and I've had, I don't know, countless during trial. Every time we went somewhere on an average night or an average lunch outing, 20 people. In the summer during trial in this neighborhood, we'd have 15 to 20 people just to go out for lunch for an hour. We'd get stopped that many times. It does feel good. The contrast with what it was like before this, before people knew, it does feel good. It's just takes a lot out of you.
Have you always been high energy and sort of on the move, or have you had to sort of reach deep?
I've always worked well under pressure. I've had other challenges in my life, and I always feel stronger after I overcome them. What I've had to learn to do is keep things in perspective, not let the evil that's entered my life take over how I feel about people in general. And that's another reason when I'm out in a busy area, it's like, right, this is humanity. It's just, there's a few powerful people who don't have good intentions that have a lot of control over my life right now. But yeah, I've been I would say, yeah, high energy. I mean, I was sick for a while, so notwithstanding that period, but I don't usually crumble under stress.
In your day-to-day, sort of since the first trial ended, would you say that, do you get any free time? Like if you're going to decompress, like what's that going to be? What's that? Do you like listening to music? Do you have shows, books? Where do you find that sort of, where do you get that rejuvenation from?
I feel the best when I'm working on the case. If I have a dinner planned with someone, and inevitably the conversation at the dinner table always turns to the case, or someone comes over and wants to talk about the case. I do have shows. I try to make it a policy, Ted, unless something is really pressing that comes up at night. I try by 8 or 9 o'clock to put some thoughtless TV on, a reality show or a movie, something fictional that I've wanted to see, just to help me sleep. And, the first year, the first 6 months, a year of this hell, I had nightmares. I had dreams about John. I had dreams about finding him. I had this recurring dream that he survived, but didn't know what happened to him. I've not had that dream in a long time. But I found I've got to try to force my brain to shut off, and then it becomes muscle memory. Then by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, once you practice, in my experience anyway, once you practice a routine enough, it becomes easier.
When does the day start? If it ends around 8 o'clock at night, are you working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. typically?
Yeah, I mean, there's breaks. I'll take breaks. I'll do stuff. Until recently, I lived in my house. I would do projects. I'd wallpaper or paint or work in my yard, just for health reasons, just to get fresh air, get sun on my face.
Do you ever go running, or do you
Yeah, I actually sold my treadmill to my neighbor when I moved, so I don't really run anymore. I try to lift weights every day for at least, 20 or 30 minutes.
Is that also therapeutic?
Yeah, it is. It is. I listen to music all the time.
Who do you like?
U2 is my favorite.
Okay.
But I love anything. I love classic rock, alt rock. Seems all my friends are getting into country or have been
Yeah.
in it. It's an acquired taste. I'm trying.
Yeah, no, I haven't jumped on that that bandwagon yet.
I can't. I've been told my music all sounds the same, so I don't like telling other people that, but I kind of have to tell country music fans that this all sounds the same to me.
Have you been able to survive the last 3 years without falling into a depression, or have you and come out? Are you still in it?
No, I haven't, Ted. I felt grief at the loss of John, and I've never been with someone so intimately, and then they're just gone from the earth. It's not like other relationships I've had where at least you know they're there. You may pass them on the street or you may text them. The day after he died on January 30th, David told me I needed to hire a private investigator, and I did right away. And on January 30th, he drove to my parents. It was still snowing the day after John was killed. My PI picked me up and he said, we need to go retrace your steps.
You did that on the 30th?
I did it on the 30th. And it was one of the worst days of my life. No disrespect to my PI, who I love. And I'm sure he was equally uncomfortable, but I could barely even get ready to leave. I'd just cleaned up for the first time. I'd still, up until that point, still had John's blood in my hair. I didn't have any clothes, because I didn't think I wasn't going back to John's house. And we retraced my steps, and I drove by John's house, and there had to have been 20 cars, maybe more, wrapped around the block. And I felt like I was looking in on my life from the sky. That window, all my things are in there. I was just in there with him, and now I'm gone, and he's gone, and he's never going back. And they're mourning him, and I'm not there. And so those first few months, I think I started to get my sea legs. My two best friends, my best friend and her husband came, and we rented an Airbnb in Newport for 3 days at the end of March. It was cold. It was raining the whole time. We had dinner, and then we just went back and talked about the case. And it was very emotional, just a lot of emotions from all of us. And they had spent a lot of time with John. And David reached out to me while I was down in Newport, and he said, we've got some discovery. And we hadn't gotten anything but the initial police report.
This is March 2020.
This is late March 2022. I was reading the discovery, and they were implying in this report from Michael Proctor that I had deleted ring footage from John's house. That was the first time. It almost jolted me, Ted, back to you've got to start fighting. They're coming for you. This is not a case of they misconstrued my behavior or were told things that weren't accurate about me that morning. This was, oh, now they've got me deleting things. This is nefarious. What they're accusing me of is nefarious behavior, and the way they're doing it is nefarious. And I realized then when they drove me back to my house in Mansfield, this is getting even more serious than it already was. And I had my routine dealing with the grief, and it was, I woke up every morning, I prayed. I missed the kids very much at first, and my dad would come.
John's niece and nephew.
My dad would come over almost every day, and the O'Keefes had taken out a stay away order almost immediately, within like 48 or 72 hours. So it wasn't even an option to reach out to them. It was like they were gone too. And my dad picked up my rosary beads, which were on an end table in my living room. And he said, when you think about them and you feel helpless that you can't reach out to, you just pray for them. That's all you can do. So that was part of my morning routine. I would read, I would pray, and because I was up very early. And then I started to get into this routine of working on the case from like 10 a.m. to whenever it started to get dark. And I'd call one of the attorneys, or I'd call someone in my family or one of my friends, like, this doesn't sound right. This doesn't look right. These times aren't right. These names aren't right. And then it's been a steady, I get really charged I feel like I'm fighting. I'm covering ground, and I'm doing something constructive. I can't litigate this. I don't know legally how to maneuver, but I can at least help provide my attorneys with the materials they need to to put together a motion or a cross-examination. I can do that dirty work.
How much of the day-to-day decisions are Karen Read?
I have a strong vote in the decisions. I will always defer to Alan and David and Liza. They know best. They have the experience. But the longer this goes, I have more confidence in my decisions. Things I've suspected were happening or that are going to happen have happened. And I think that's because this is my only experience in this arena, and it's been very negative. And the motives of players in this on behalf of law enforcement are disingenuous, to put it mildly. And I think David and Alan have a wider sample with wider outcomes than I do. They've worked with honest cops, honest DAs. So I'm much more pessimistic right now. And therefore, I just happen to be better calibrated than they are.
It sounds to me like maybe it wasn't a seminal moment, but there was a time that, the grief was so heavy, and it's almost like you felt you were getting backed into a corner by what you were seeing in like the filings and the accusations, that kind of.
I think I channeled the grief into something constructive. And then somewhere in the middle of it all, I think I know that the lowest point of this whole thing for me, apart from 6 a.m. on January 29th, was getting rearrested. And now I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't physically expecting it. I wasn't mentally or emotionally. And then legally, I didn't even know you could be upcharged. I didn't even know that was a thing. I was expecting to be indicted because of, ham sandwiches, but I wasn't expecting to be indicted for intentionally doing this now. And so somewhere in the middle of all that, there's no time, there's no space to mourn anymore. Think about your previous life. It's like they've held me back at the starting blocks, and they've had this massive head start. I've got to catch up, and I've just got to put my head down and work. And it's been like that ever since. I mean, even if I get away, if I go see friends in Florida, I stay and work on the case, and then they pick me up for dinner, and we go out for 3 hours. And then it's, I'm getting some vitamin D and some sunlight, but other than that, it's the case. And that's how I feel best. I'll be so happy when it's over, but until I'm acquitted, this is the only thing that calms me down. I feel good going to bed at night knowing I've put in a solid chunk of time, that if I have to sift through these lies and this knot of lies, I'll just undo it thread by thread, and I'll take whatever you want to dish out.
How many pieces of paper have you put your hands on in this case?
I've worked a lot online. A lot of it is in Dropbox, and that was necessitated by being in this car and getting a call from, like, the whole ride up here. I was talking to Liza, and we just got Discovery, and there's not time, and it's not really efficient to print out whatever we got today, 200 pages, and digest it. But I can flip through my phone or my laptop. So, but if I were to convert it to paper, Ted, at this point, it's probably around like 10,000, I'd say, on top of videos, hundreds of Ring videos, hours of video from the waterfall, from C.F. McCarthy's, voicemails, phone records, even that, we downloaded Jen McCabe's Gray Key Extraction, and we were in the physical analyzer for Celebrate. It's, you don't even know where to start. Do I look at when was her phone unlocked? When was it vertical versus horizontal? Was there a temperature change in the phone? Was there an elevation change? When was the phone unlocked?
That's how granular you're getting?
Yeah, because you just don't know what's, like John's phone, for example, when it was locked, when it was in, when the backlight was on, when did he read his last text? And Jen, for example, we went through all her location data. Well, Rick Green did, but then Rick gives us access to Celebrate, so I can go through it myself. It wasn't until trial started, the jury was impaneled, and Rick called us and said, on a whim, I started looking at Jen's location data for the days immediately following January 29th. And does this address mean anything to you? And it was Michael Lank's address.
Remember that came up in trial.
And that came up at trial. And then they tried to preempt it by this police report that we got after Jen took the stand, after she's already gone, saying, yeah, Jen was there. I don't know what her story was, trading cupcake recipes with Lank's wife. Once again, at a lead investigator's house on this case, but he wasn't there. She was talking to the wife, which is a story that
Right, and she
might
said she
sound
never got
familiar.
out of the car.
Said she never got out of the car. This was, I think the date at Lank's house was January 30th. It was still snowing that day. It's freezing, but she doesn't get out. They sit, and she said it, I think she said it could have been a half hour. They're just sitting in the driveway, which doesn't make much common sense. But that location data had to be parsed from all her location data that comes in latitude and longitude coordinates with like 6 decimal places. And if you see negative 42.87356, it doesn't mean anything to you. You've got to then translate it to a map using another software. And then a lot of it's all around her house. And then maybe it's at the grocery store. And
Did that come from the feds?
that Jen's phone, Jen turned in herself. But it's so tedious. And that was a big data point that she was at his house. And we didn't find it until 2 years into this. There's always more to find. So it's not as if I'm retreading tracks, trying to find something I might have missed. There's always more ground to cover. And now that the case is so public and people are so supportive, now it's trying to digest these tips and which ones are fake, first of all.
So people send you tips.
We get tips constantly. A lot go directly to David and or Alan. Some come over Facebook. Some go to the administrators of the social media pages.
What is the normal procedure? Your attorneys will meet, several days, the night before?
Whatever they can afford to do.
Yeah, Alan Jackson's coming in tonight for a Friday hearing. And so are you essentially war rooming until that hearing?
Yeah, we'll war room. We have a few tips we want to follow up on. Alan tries to jam the schedule. If there's somebody that wants to meet with us that might tell us something useful, we'll schedule it. We'll cram in as much as we can get in.
So you're still developing information?
Yeah. We got information today about John's phone that is exculpatory.
But from outside sources as well, not
from outside. Yeah, no, from outside. But sometimes, Ted, it's the internal discovery that opens up another door, another rabbit hole we've got to go down that might make sense with something we've heard. It's constant triangulation of what do we know? What have we been given in discovery? Of that discovery, how much can we actually rely on? How much do we think is manufactured? And then does it dovetail with anything we've heard from people in the community?
Right.
I mean, if I could afford to, I would have the lawyers and I'd have more PIs. My PI's great, but we throw everything at them, and we'd be trying to follow leads.
Is your
every
private
day.
does your private investigator work full time for you?
No.
So
no.
It's
He's
as
ad
it
hoc.
comes. So.
Yeah. Sometimes I won't speak to him for a month, but he's always following things, following the case, and just give him a heads up, day's notice, and he's going to meet us tomorrow in the afternoon to track down a few things. A lot of it ends up being nothing, or it's something that's not admissible. A ton of it is hearsay, which is something I didn't know anything about going into this. Well, someone heard from someone else that parts of the basement were replaced or something was broken in the house, and can't go anywhere with it.
So does Robert Alessi then, does he take part in this sort of day-to-day stuff, or is he more focused on sort of, he was critical in the Dr. Russell?
Yeah.
So are portions of the case divvied up then to different people to work on?
Yeah. So ideally we would be full-time trial prep, or at least full-time for me. And when the lawyers are working on my case, it's trial prep. And now we've gotten this curveball for these job requests that it's, and we're expecting more. So we've gone through Dr. Russell on the dog bites, now Rick Green on the Google search.
So for people who don't understand this, so you only had, what, 6 people testify in the first trial. And for the second trial, the prosecution is trying to prevent.
Most of them.
How many experts are they trying to prevent right now?
I don't know where they're going to go with ARCA,
Yeah.
but I think
Yes. So they did file a motion about the ARCA guy.
they did file they actually filed an intent to file the motion.
Yeah. Okay.
About ARCA. They're trying to accuse us of a discovery violation that they don't have all the available information on ARCA. I didn't hire ARCA.
Right. And that information could only come from the feds.
That information can only come from the feds. So that's 4. We're not calling back Frank Sheridan. And that just leaves Lucky
Oh,
Lawson.
nice. Thanks for looking it up. Did you look it up? Then that has to be what she was referring to. Okay. To refer to a firearm planted at a crime scene by police as false evidence. So I bet you they even use that loosely, even with anything planted, even if it's a firearm or not. I bet you they kind of use that as any plants maybe sometimes. Because I don't know, was there any firearm planted in this case? But there's probably other stuff planted. So she was probably referring to planted stuff. Huh. Interesting. Unless if there was a firearm. See, I don't know I'm going to learn this. I mean, I know some of the case, but a lot of you guys watch the trial, so you know a lot of specifics. I don't know. To me, I don't know anything about a firearm planted. Was there a firearm? I know other stuff was planted. They were corrupt. I heard other stuff, but there wasn't a firearm, right? Yes, that's what I was thinking. Probably any evidence. So they probably use it loosely for any evidence. Yep, I bet. Yeah, thanks. Because I had no idea. She's a ham sandwich. I'm like, wait. My brain initially went to a real ham sandwich. Just, when you're like trying to like absorb everything and you're like ham sandwich, your brain, and then you're like, wait, that has to be something else. Then I was like, what the heck? And then I'm like, maybe it was something they talked about at the trial. Maybe it was a thing like the ham sandwich or something. So that's why I asked it in chat. But okay, that makes sense. Oh, that goes along with it. I get how that is like it's nothing. Okay. Well, there you go. That's probably why they call it the ham sandwich then. Because of that. Because it's nothing. Okay, cool. Huh. All right.
Sixth one.
Okay.
So there's no other. If there were more witnesses, I'd probably have more of these hearings.
And Lucky's still
Lucky still didn't see a body, Ted. I picture every day that they're working on framing me. And every day that they do that and I'm taking the day off, they're getting one day ahead of me. So I only feel relaxed as I can be if I'm working on the case.
Do you think there's a greater purpose in all of this?
I am not the first person this has happened to. I'm not going to be the last, sadly, but maybe there'll be fewer after me because of this. I think it's happening to people in this, I know it is, in this county, in Essex, in Norfolk, and Suffolk, in Bristol. It's happened too easily.
Were you surprised when a new prosecutor was appointed and an outside prosecutor?
Nothing surprises me anymore. What troubles me is how evil people are. And you don't need to have a strong opinion about my guilt or innocence, but you can't be an attorney in the Boston area and not see this case for what it is, and then to want to thrust yourself in it and think you can prove this beyond a reasonable doubt.
And you said you're still receiving discovery or evidence from the state. How does that make sense after you already had a trial?
The state told us, and Canoni has echoed this, that this is a whole new trial. It's almost like a whole new case. We started getting discovery from Bates Stamp 1, page 1. some of it is duplicative, and a lot of it's new. We've gotten brand new reports from Ian Whiffen, data that we've never seen before. From Jessica Hyde, there's a doctor now, not a medical doctor, but like a veterinarian expert. We just found out today, measured supposedly Chloe's teeth. No address, no contact phone number.
Did they take molds of the
Yeah.
teeth?
They measured the teeth, yeah.
Wait. So is the expert, the state's expert, going to disprove it being the dog? Is that what they're going to do? Because that's what I think she said, right? Because there's no phone number or whatever. They're probably mad about that, right? That's messed up. I hope they counter it with their expert then. I hope they get a vet expert to show it probably was the freaking dog's teeth. To battle the experts like that guy said. I mean, it just depends. You have an expert here, expert there. Let the jury decide who they're going to believe. Dude, if she gets found guilty, this is going to make me mad. Because I don't even need to see the trial right now. Like, I just could, from what I've seen in the documentary so far and already know about the case and just listening to her talk, like, you could tell that she's not lying. I'm sorry. Like, no, there's not a doubt in my mind that she didn't do it. I'm sorry. There's nothing, like, there's no, like, deception there at all. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, maybe I'm gullible, but I don't think there's a chance, not even a small chance. After now getting to hear her talk, like, no, 100% she didn't do it. If she gets found guilty, whoa, buddy, they're going to have some lawsuits or something, because I don't even know how they could retry her. This is ridiculous. This is freaking ridiculous. Yeah. That's ridiculous. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it a night, guys, because now I'm anxious to go watch the rest of this series while I just lay in bed. Plus, I've been on 4 hours, guys. Chill out, people. I'm just messing with you. I already did another live. How long was my first live? My mom went on the walk the other day. She was telling me how, she's like, tell me how this, she was watching this weather guy that was like, talking about the tornadoes. This was like 2 or 3 nights ago, where there was like tornadoes everywhere. And she's like, oh my God, he was on forever. I don't know how, did he go to the bathroom? Every time I looked, he was on for like, she's like, probably like 11 hours. No, I think she said 8 hours. It was something where I had him beat. She's like, I don't even see him eat or go to the bathroom. I mean, I don't, like, he was on so long. And I'm like, Mom, I was like, my record is 11 hours. What? She's like, yeah, what do you do the whole time? And I'm like, a lot of the times I do like 8. I have a lot of 8-hour ones. Like, I do 5 hours, 4 hours. She was like 8 or 11 hours. Like, well, she's like, she didn't realize because she's like in awe that guy did. Like, I'll have to ask her how many hours, but it wasn't as much. Like, when she told me, like, I think she gave me like a time span. It was just like from like all day type of thing. And I'm like, oh my God, it was all day or all night, like up until the night or whatever or something. It wasn't impressive. I was like, yeah, I've done it. I don't know. Oh, hey, DB Bentley, how are you? I'm about to end it though. I saw that though. Yes. That's the thing though. I'd have to go find it in my old emails. I don't know. I'll have to play it next time. I don't know. It's just in an email somewhere way down the line. I'd have to go find it somewhere. Because I don't like have a site. I don't know. He just sends me an email, but I don't think I deleted it, but it's going to be, I mean, that was like a month ago or so. Can I just try to find it next time? Because I don't know where it is. I really don't. And I am too I like feel like too, like, I don't know. Like, I don't feel like trying to find it. I don't know. Oh, it's late. It's late. The gooch is late. Yeah, I don't even know if I would have kept it. I try to clear out my email, so because I always figured I'm sure he has a collection of all of it. He's not in chat, is he? I don't remember how to get to his site or anything. But he'll be back. Like, we'll ask him when he comes back. If that's all right. I could try to look next live to see if I could find it or get it for the next live. Like, I'm typing in his name right now in my emails and nothing's coming up. So I don't know. I'm sorry, the gooch. But he'll probably be. I haven't seen him in the last couple lives, but I'm sure he'll be back. I don't think he'll be gone. Yeah, there's nothing coming up in my mail under his name. I must have deleted it, I guess. Or it's not under Slow Morrison and I don't remember what it's under. Because it might be under like his real name and I can't remember what his name is. Like his email might not be Slow Morrison. Because I type in Slow Morrison and not one single thing comes up. So if it's a name, I don't remember what it is. I really don't. Let me think. What is his real name? I don't know. I don't remember what it comes up with, what his email comes up. I get so many emails, like sometimes I forget who you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times when you guys email, it's something different than what your YouTube name is. And I think Slows is something different. What is it? I picture his profile pic. I don't know what it is though. Oh, hey Katie. Wait, why are you throwing up? What? Wow. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I'm just over here saying hi, and then she's telling me I'm a piece of crap. Well, we'll just ban her. I mean, that's obviously something that we don't want for sure. You're probably right, Sarah. It probably is that. Yeah, I didn't even think about that because I was like, who is that? You're probably right. I feel like I still wasn't even mean about that, Sarah. I was saying like I'm not judging. Like the only reason I was mad is because she was going around calling me a liar and like she wasn't saying nice things about me. When she like that was the only reason. I think comparative, I thought I was pretty I don't think I was that mean reading the messages. I even said, like, I'm not gonna judge. I mean, whatever. If somebody wants to write, I said, at least she's not writing them anymore and stuff. I just don't like being called a liar when, you know what I'm saying? Like, that wasn't cool because she knows that I wasn't lying. But I didn't think I was that bad compared to how some people are. Some, somebody like where you would be called a liar when you're not lying. Like a lot of people would. They wouldn't be nice at all. I don't think I was being that bad. I wasn't at all, actually. I was just reading her messages saying, you guys decide because she's calling me a liar, but it matches up. Like it didn't make sense. I even gave her the benefit of the doubt when she came in. I was like, can you just email me and show me? Because if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. She never emailed me. And I was trying to show like either somebody hacked her account or the stuff you admitted that it was you the first batch, it's the same account. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't think I I did anything. I don't think I was being mean at all about her. I really didn't. I think it's just the fact that I read the messages and I said, look, it's showing that it is her. So I mean, it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I lied. It's like I'm just showing the truth. That's all. I don't know. Oh, Casey, you just woke up from the storm. Are you getting sweet? Where are you at, Casey? Because I'm hearing storms all day too. Dude, it was shook the house like about an hour ago. Whenever I started, what did I play? It was something was it just when I just started this interview? Something that I played and I had my headphones and it was playing a video and I could feel the house shake, but I couldn't hear the thunder. I could just feel it. It was so weird. But I guess there's storms everywhere, huh? So you might not even be from, oh, Missouri. Yeah, okay. I think they're like everywhere. I know. I thought I was being pretty fair because I mean, I really don't judge too harshly because I know I feel like I'm pretty open-minded when it comes to that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't get it now. Like if anybody that's still talking to him now, it wouldn't make sense. And I'm still not even like judging that much. It's just like I just like unbelievable because he's such a horrible person. And if somebody can't see it, it just boggles my mind now. But like Sarah, she stopped talking to him a while back, so when she saw that, so that's what I was saying, like she did stop talking to him, thank God. Some people continued. So it was just like, um, like, yeah, maybe they, some of the people that were talking to him early on, they might have got fooled by him and thought he was a good guy, but now it's clear as day that he's this evil, evil, evil person that's just I don't want to say evil, just as horrible, horrible, I should say. Because I feel like calling him evil is giving him some kind of excuse. Like he's just a shady, bad, selfish, ugly, gross person. And it's now that all the truth that came out, that's though I don't get the people that are still talking to him that stick up for him now. There's not many. And I even try to say what's her name? What's that girl's name? That's Jeanette. I'm still not even mean about her. I'm trying to reach out like Jeanette, please. Like, wake up. This guy is horrible. Don't give him any more of your hard-earned money. Like, somehow he's got you brainwashed. I'm even like not even like I don't get it, but I'm just trying to like wake these people up. Like, come on, you guys. Like, oh, well, he's just anyway. I know. I know. I know. That is sick. I know. If that was, yeah, that's a good point. If she comes in, if that was really her that came in as Katie and she's saying barfing and saying, yeah, that's a, wow. I don't know. I'm just going to, whatever, let people do whatever. People could see the truth in the truth, in the facts. I don't need to even give my opinion. You could see you can see it for what it is. And, you could judge yourself. I try not to, I don't know. I try to just to be fair, but sometimes it's just like, it is what it is. I mean, it's right there. You're right. It's like maybe some of these people that are just as bad. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some of them are just as bad as him. So it's like, well, yeah, duh. Like they're not gonna care about what he does because they have the same type of desires and stuff. So I mean, if that's the case, then I don't know. Oh. Did I say that, Alsane? Did I actually say that in those words? I'm just like talking. Quote me down. Quote. I like that quote. People can see the truth in the truth. Well, it's true, right? Pretty simple, but true. All right, guys, I'm going to call it a night. Wiener give us? What do you mean, waning give us? Gooch. Waxing and weaning gibbous. Is that what you mean? Or are you just making a joke? Wiener gibbous. I know. I'm gonna go. I want to eat something, but oh, Sarah, did I tell you I almost ate like probably almost a half of that peanut butter? I'm thinking I'm just eating a little bit at a time, but before this live, I'm just like, oh, I'm just eating a little bit of that peanut butter and chocolate at a time. And then I look at the freaking container and it's almost like halfway gone. It's like, where did that all go? I'm over here just eating little tiny spoons, and all of a sudden, I ate a half a freaking container? I don't know. And then I ate 2 pieces of pizza. I come up here and my stomach is so full and I wonder why. Well, yeah. And I ate a couple gummy bears. Oh my God, I'm a pig today. All right. Good night, everybody. Oh, my head clear. So it is. I have to put the rest in the fridge. I had it earlier and then I was like, I better not have any more. So I made coffee. I wanted some coffee because I know how this sometimes gets my heart. Like it makes me feel all weird. Like just enter because I don't drink a lot. Half a can is good. I drink about a half of it. It's so good though. I do like it still. Even the taste, and it's actually good room temperature, that grape flavor. But anyway, purple haze. I'm gonna put it back in the fridge and I'll have it for tomorrow. Sarah got me this. Well, it felt like there's something hard in there, but I think it's just the way the liquid hit the bottle. Oh, anyway. All right. Oh, they do. DB Bentley, good night. Sweet dreams. Good night. It's just me. DIY shiitake. Good night. I'm tired too. Gonna play games for a bit, then have a slumber. Toodaloo. Oh, toodaloo. Yes, I love it. I love it. I'm working my way up. All night, my cute ladybug zavgirl moi. Oh, that's cute. Good night. I'm gonna be joining you in a minute. Actually, I'm looking forward to laying down and just relaxing. I'll say good night. Marnie, good night. I wish we could know for sure if that was her. You know, it has to. I don't know. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Casey, yes, go back to bed. I'm gonna go back to bed, or I'm just gonna go to bed, not back to bed. The Gooch, I'm sorry about not finding that song, but when next time Slow Morrison comes in, he could send it to me again, and we'll do it. Okay. Did you ever say about the wiener gibbous? I'm trying to find the answer to that because I'm so curious. The Gooch, where you said wiener gibbous, were you trying to say weaning gibbous, or did I miss a conversation where it just went over my head? Soul, good night. I almost forgot to say good night to you. You're probably in and out of sleep, so you're dreaming. Wait, have Soul. You guys. Oh wait, they can't. I was gonna say let's get in Soul's dreams, but they can't hear you. I was gonna like, let's say stuff, but she would only be able to hear me, so never mind. What can I say? Soul, what can I have her dream of? Because didn't she say she was like in and out of dreaming or like in and out of sleeping? And she does the same thing where it's like, if I bet you a lot of people do, like if I'm fall asleep to something that I'm watching, it incorporates, like I'm listening to it and it's incorporated in a weird dream. So it's like, it's usually whatever you're dreaming about, like if it's Karen or if I'm dreaming out, I remember who was it? The one YouTuber, who was it? What was her name? Like whoever you're watching at the time, they're usually in your dream because you're aware you're watching it before you fall asleep. So you're aware who you're watching. And then it's like you're hearing what they're saying. And then it's like this weird dream of what you're watching, but it's your own like creation of it. It's so cool though, in a way. But do most people do that, right? I feel like that'd be a common thing if you're listening to something. So what I'm saying, guys, Soul's probably sleeping. What can I get her to dream about? Oh, maybe you're not sleeping. Oh, I thought you. I was like, WrestleMania. Oh, um, Sarah, were you up when we watched Schabusiness? So Mr. M's like, she says Siri just came on. Oh, because I said Sarah. So she sounds like she says WrestleMania, or then I'll say maybe she said Wrestle Me. But I was cracking up because you see how she has straight hair, then all of a sudden you see her walking in with this big frizz. So I'm like picturing her like getting a perm in prison or something. It just cracking me up because it's like this big. And then who's the one that told me? Was it Mama Mia? Wait, hold on. It's on the tip of my tongue. Who said it was the braids? Because I'm like, how does she go from having straight hair to like a perm? But somebody had said like braids. She probably had her hair in braids. And then I was like, but I was cracking up trying to imagine like, like how she got a perm. She's got this big thing and she walks in and then she smirks at her freaking lawyer. I swear she plans these things. I think she's crazy. Like she's just, but I swear these like outlandish attacks and stuff is all for, she laughs. I feel like she's probably gets back into the cell and just is cracking up at it. Like, because she goes and she sits down and she smirks. She looks at her lawyer says something. She probably has no idea, not even caring what he says. And she like smirks because I'm telling you, she had all intentions of doing that when she walked in the door. And then she looks at, I swear she looks at the camera right before she does it. So she's aware of the camera. She looks at the camera and then and they have this other view where you can see it better because like the view that everybody, like the main view, you can't tell like how much she does make contact with them. And then they do the view from above and she does. She's like, bam, she makes contact. It's so funny. And she gets thrown down. So the first time she attacks the lawyer, one guard, one deputy. This time, 6. So they were prepared. They had 6 of them, and they get on her like this. She goes, psh, and you hear it, dude. It's like, psh, they slam her on the ground. But we were trying to figure out what she says, and Mr. M comes and is like, she's saying WrestleMania. Now, I don't know if that's what she's really saying, but I mean, I could hear it after they said that. Then, of course, I could hear her that it could be WrestleMania with their big. Oh my God. She is so funny. Why does she have to be so like demonic and like do what she did? Because she is hilarious. Anyway. All right. Shabuti is whack. Ha ha ha. Razzle and dazzle. Business is always gonna business. So do I. Razzle the gummy too. That's what I think of. Oh my God. Oh, Sarah, I showed them the mermaid tail. And the soul wants one to swim with. Oh, I told him how you showed me that. I showed him Gia's mermaid tail. Well, I just held it up. I didn't put the thing in. I want to do it so bad, but I want to just let her be the first to put it in. But like to stretch over because you almost are supposed to put the tail on because we watched the directions. I was showing my mom like she wanted to see the little kids swimming with it, but then I found a video when it showed them how to put it on. So you put on the tail and then you stretch it over after it's on. But I don't know. I showed everybody. And then Soul said that she wanted to swim. When I can't picture Soul wanting to have a mermaid, I don't know. I would definitely, you wouldn't be able to pay me $1 million to put one of those on. I would feel like I was drowning. I would not feel, no, that would be the worst feeling for me because I'm not a big water person, and just feeling like my legs shut and have to do that, I'd be like, oh, like I'd feel like I can't. I'm a baby. All right, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I watch you swim in it. Wait, but didn't you say that though? Oh, I was saying you tricked me. See, I thought Soul really said it because Ausane told me that. I was wondering because I'm like, Soul, I can't see her even wanting to be in one of those. Ausane joking around. I thought I was confused a little bit, but okay. Ausane. Well, never mind, Sarah. She doesn't want one, I guess. But oh my god. Anyway, I gotta end it. Bye, guys. Have a good one. See you guys when I see you. I don't know what my next live will be. I know I gotta finish those messages, but I almost wanna get. When does the Karen Read trial start, Sarah? When does that, like, the jury selection is gonna be how long? Because I want to make sure I don't miss that. I don't know. I'm trying to think what I want to do next besides the messages. If we should, like, I should do some, like, I don't know. I'll decide and let you know. Yeah. Hey, conspiracy therapist. How are you? How are you? Hey, Mama Mia. Mama Mia. I'm so glad you were here today. Funny. That's funny. Oh my god. All right, guys. Tell you. Yeah, Ausane. I really thought that she said that. And I was a little confused, but I had to tell you, Sarah, because I knew Sarah wanted to do it. So I was like, oh, Soul wants one too. Okay. Oh, I think that is, you know what? I think that's one of the only testimonies I watched from the trial. I actually watched his. Maybe it wasn't his whole one. I think it was highlights, but that was one of the few things I watched on the trial was him testifying, because maybe you had told me or something and you had me interested. So I don't know if it was, like I said, it was his whole testimony, but I watched some of it. I definitely watched some of it because I think people were just talking about how there was something that you guys were saying that happened and it made me want to watch it. But that was like the only thing I watched was that. But I'll watch it over because it might have just been highlights. I don't remember if it was the whole thing or not. But he's a jerk. Oh, see, this is a good lesson on me. So people can't get mad if, like, you say something in a live and I don't, like, you think I see it or I don't respond or something. Case in point, didn't see all the messages. I saw saying she wanted. I took his word for it because I missed so much in live chats. So now I was leaving under the impression, if I didn't bring it up just now, I would have left under the impression the Soul wanted a mermaid thing. Who knows? I might have bought her one. Just joking, but I want to buy Sarah one. But I would have left thinking she wanted to. Now, when would I, like, what if I never brought that up again in my head? I would have thought Soul wanted one of those. I wanted to. I would have told Sarah, and you would have thought that, Sarah. Oh my God. I know, that's true. I do. I was really confused. So I was like, it just didn't seem like you. So I probably would have maybe mentioned it to you or something. It probably would have came out. I've been like, do you really want, like, are you really serious about that or something, maybe? Oh my God. You hear the thunder? You should pick one out, Sarah. I'll get you one. You could come swim with Gia. You could teach Gia how to swim. Which one would you want? You probably want. Well, the kids ones are a little bit. They have different colors on the adult ones. I learned when we were watching the Fun Fin or whatever. Each like age group has different colors. So like this, they have 3 different ones, I think. They have the smaller ones, then the mid ones, and the adult, like the experienced ones or something. But they each go by like there's different patterns in the mermaids, at least for the Fun or Fun Fin, whatever the brand I got. So I think the age group I got, I think it had 3 different ones. And then the other ones have like the mid ones that are kids, but like the more experienced kids, they have like almost like a tie-dye-ish kind of pattern ones. Like they're not as colorful, but, and then they have the adult ones, but yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, right. Oh my God. That's too funny. No, I almost wish that would have happened. Like I didn't realize, but no, I don't. That's too much. Well, I was saying, I know now. If I see your freaking comments, I'm gonna double check what the heck you're talking about. Yeah, well, Sarah, you got it. What the heck? Out of all nights, you gotta get. You better sleep. I know. I gotta go too. All right, guys. Good night, everybody. Bye, y'all.